Are you ready for a 5-hour ultimate compilation of facts? Subscribe to Zarpado and let's start. Roman Emperor Caligula supposedly appointed his favorite horse, Incitatus, as consul and showered him with a marble stable, an ivory manger, and a necklace of precious stones. In reality, Incitatus had his own house, 18 servants, and was fed oats with gold flakes. The Sahara Desert is not the largest desert in the world. The largest is Antarctica, which is a polar desert. It is defined as a desert due to its extremely low annual precipitation. The best-selling album of all time is Michael Jackson's Thriller. Released in 1982, it was the first album to produce 7 top 10 singles on the Billboard charts. Its success was not only due to the music, but also because it transformed the public perception of the artist and, especially, the format of music videos, which came to be considered an art form with complex narratives. In the Dutch city of Baarle-Nassau and the Belgian city of Baarle-Hertog, the border between the two countries runs through houses, gardens, and shops, often marked by white lines painted on the ground. The language with the most words is Korean, which has over 1 million words listed in its dictionaries. However, English has the largest vocabulary in everyday use. The country with the highest average annual rainfall is India, specifically the village of Mawsynram in the Meghalaya region. It receives an average of more than 470 inches of rain per year. The most expensive coffee in the world is Kopi Luwak, which originates from Indonesia. Its production process is highly unusual and unique. The coffee beans are ingested and excreted by a civet, a small mammal. The digestive process ferments the beans, and after being collected from the droppings, they are cleaned and roasted, giving them a supposedly smoother and less bitter flavor. January 19th is World Popcorn Day. The date commemorates the cultural and gastronomic importance of this snack globally. The speed of sound is much faster through water than through air. In air, it is about 1,125 feet per second, while in water, it is approximately 4,900 feet per second. The Louvre Museum in Paris, home to the Mona Lisa, has such a vast exhibition space that if a visitor wanted to spend just 30 seconds admiring each of the 3,500 works of art on display, they would need approximately 100 days to see the entire museum without breaks. George Washington never lived in the White House. He died in 1799, a year before its construction was completed. The first president to move into the executive mansion was John Adams in 1800. The Beatles never read music, meaning they could not read sheet music in the traditional sense. They learned to play and compose by ear, relying on their innate talent and understanding of harmony. This is surprising considering the complexity and lasting influence of their vast discography on modern popular music. The Turritopsis dohrnii, known as the immortal jellyfish, is the only known creature capable of completely reversing its life cycle, returning to its juvenile stage after reaching sexual maturity. The first computer mouse was invented in 1964 by Douglas Engelbart and was made of wood. It was called a mouse because the connecting cable, which came out the back, resembled a rodent's tail. It was not until years later that the invention was commercialized and adapted to plastic and modern design. The Academy Award for Best Picture has never been won by a direct sequel. Only The Godfather Part 2 has won in that category, but it is considered both a prequel and a sequel. Sumo is the only sport where the highest rank attainable is Yokozuna, Grand Champion. A wrestler must achieve a level of consistency and dignity that transcends simply winning tournaments. The tradition of placing candles on birthday cakes originated in ancient Greece. Lit candles on round cakes were used to honor the moon goddess Artemis, as the cake represented the moon. Ketchup originated in China as a fermented fish sauce, not a tomato sauce. British sailors brought it to Europe, where the recipe was modified until tomatoes were added in the 19th century. The snow that falls on Dorothy and her friends as they leave the poppy field in The Wizard of Oz was not harmless artificial snow. It was actually asbestos fiber, a material now known to be highly carcinogenic. At that time, asbestos was commonly used in film for its fire-resistant properties and realistic appearance. September 3rd is World Skyscraper Day. The date commemorates the birth of architect Louis Sullivan, considered the father of the skyscraper, and celebrates the wonders of vertical engineering. The Egyptian pharaoh Tutankhamun did not die from a curse or from entirely clear causes, but research suggests he may have died from complications of severe malaria, combined with an infection in a broken leg. The young king suffered from genetic deformities due to royal inbreeding and walked with a cane, which was discovered through the analysis of his mummy and belongings. A day on Venus lasts longer than a year on Venus. The planet takes 243 Earth days to rotate on its axis, but only 225 Earth days to orbit the Sunday. Rainbows are actually complete circles, but from the Earth's surface we only see the top half. To see the complete circle, you would need to be on an airplane or a very high mountain and look down. The Dead Sea, which borders Jordan and Israel, is not actually a sea, but a salt lake. Furthermore, its altitude is about 1,400 feet below sea level, making it the lowest point on Earth. Its high salinity allows humans to float effortlessly due to the greater density of the water. The Nika Caves in Chihuahua, Mexico, are home to the Cave of Crystals, which contains the largest gypsum selenite crystals in the world. Some measure up to about 39 feet long and weigh 55 tons. The cave is extremely hot and humid, about 136 degrees Fahrenheit and 90% humidity, making it virtually inaccessible without special suits. King Louis XIV of France, known as the Sun King, bathed only 3 times in his entire life, according to some court records, due to the prevailing medical belief at the time that hot water was harmful to health. In Sweden, there is a tradition called fika, a social break taken from work. It typically involves drinking coffee and eating cakes or scones, and is considered essential for productivity and well-being. Botaoshi is a Japanese sport that resembles a chaotic version of Capture the Flag. It is played with 2 teams of 150 players each, 75 attackers and 75 defenders, who fight to knock down a wooden pole between 10 and 16 feet high. It is known for its intensity and the large number of people participating simultaneously. In China, black rice vinegar is often drunk as a digestive tonic or even used in traditional medicine. It is less acidic than white vinegar, and its flavor is complex and malty. It is drunk neat in small cups or with a little honey to balance its taste. Tigers have striped skin, not just striped fur. If their stripes are shaved, they will still be visible on their skin, and each tiger's stripe pattern is as unique as a human fingerprint. The most expensive cheese in the world is moose cheese produced on a farm in Sweden. It sells for thousands of dollars for about 2 pounds of cheese and is made exclusively from the milk of 3 female moose. Steven Spielberg and George Lucas play a lifelong prank on each other. Every time they release a film, instead of accepting money from the other, they sign an agreement for a small percentage of the rival film's profits. The best-selling song of all time in terms of physical, digital, and streaming sales is White Christmas by Bing Crosby, with over 50 million copies sold worldwide. The world record for the fastest goal in football history was scored in under 2 seconds. It was netted by Gavin Stokes in a Scottish Youth League match in 2017, taking advantage of a gust of wind from the kickoff. The production cost of James Cameron's 1997 film Titanic was approximately $200 million, which was more expensive than the actual cost of building the original ocean liner from 1910 to 1912. Adjusted for inflation. This makes the film a more expensive project than the real shipwreck it depicted. The Ferrari car brand's logo, the Cavallino Rampante, prancing horse, was originally the personal emblem of a famous Italian fighter pilot, Francesco Baracca, who died in World War I. Baracca's mother asked Enzo Ferrari to wear it, as it would bring him good luck in his racing cars. The world's first wrought iron bridge was the Iron Bridge in Coalbrookdale, England, completed in 1779. Its construction marked the beginning of the Industrial Revolution and the Iron Age. The first video game to have an Easter egg, a hidden message or feature, was Atari's Adventure in 1979. Programmer Warren Robinett secretly included it so he could have his name on the game, as the company did not allow programmers to receive credit. The oldest known living organism by name is Methuselah, a bristlecone pine from the Great Basin in California. It is estimated to be over 4,800 years old, making it older than the pyramids of Egypt. The first popular mass-market electronic game was Simon in 1978, a memory game that required repeating a sequence of lights and sounds, marking the beginning of interactive electronic games. Red blood cells, which carry oxygen throughout the body, have an average lifespan of only 120 days before being replaced by new cells. In South Korea, there is a tradition known as the fan complex. Some people believe that if you sleep in a closed room with an electric fan running, you will die of suffocation or hypothermia. Although there is no scientific evidence, many people avoid using fans without a window open. The border between the United States and Canada is the longest land border in the world, at about 5,500 miles. One interesting feature of this border is that along its length, there is a strip about 20 feet wide free of trees and structures, known as the growth-free zone. Reykjavik, the capital of Iceland, is the northernmost sovereign capital city in the world. In winter, it experiences very few hours of sunlight, while in summer it can have almost endless sunny days. In Finland, if you obtain a doctorate, you receive a top hat and a sword, traditional symbols representing freedom of inquiry and the defense of scientific truth. The Michelin Man, or Bibendum, the Michelin mascot, is made of stacked tires. Its design stems from co-founder Edouard Michelin's remark upon seeing a pile of tires that with arms and legs, it would resemble a man. It is said that it initially depicted a drunken man drinking from a cup filled with broken glass. March 30th is International Zero Waste Day. It was established by the UN to raise awareness about waste prevention and promote the transition to a circular economy. The leaves of the Victoria Amazonica plant, a giant water lily from the Amazon basin, can support the weight of a small child. Their raised edges help distribute the weight evenly. Saffron, the world's most expensive spice, comes from the stigmas of the Crocus sativus flower. Approximately 150,000 flowers are required to produce just over 2 pounds of saffron. Harvesting it is a laborious, manual process, as each flower produces only 3 strands, justifying its extremely high price. Ice diving is an extreme sport where divers plunge into frozen lakes through a hole secured by a rope. In Finland, divers even compete to swim the greatest distance under the ice without tanks, demonstrating extraordinary breath control and cold resistance. King George I of Great Britain did not speak English well. He was born and raised in Germany and often communicated with his ministers in French, as it was the common language of the European aristocracy. The ancient Greeks did not have just one god of time, but 2: Chronos, chronological, linear time, and Kairos, opportune time, the right moment. The most fragrant fruit in the world is the durian, popular in Southeast Asia. Its odor is so strong and unpleasant, often compared to dirty socks or sewage, that it is banned in many hotels, airports, and public transportation in countries like Singapore and Thailand. The fastest bird in the world is the peregrine falcon, which can reach speeds of over 200 miles per hour during its hunting dive. The longest tennis match in history lasted 11 hours and 5 minutes, played over 3 days at Wimbledon in 2010. The final score was 7-0, 68 inches the 5th set. Some bird species, such as ducks, can sleep with one eye open to watch for predators. This ability is called unihemispheric sleep. The famous Renaissance architect and artist Leonardo da Vinci was ambidextrous, meaning he could write and draw with both hands. He also often wrote his notes in mirror code, from right to left, making it easier for him to write with his left hand while making it harder for others to read. The American sitcom Frasier holds the record for the most Emmy Awards won by a scripted television series. It won 37 awards, including 5 consecutive wins for Outstanding Comedy Series. The human liver can fully regenerate from as little as 25% of its original mass. This regenerative ability is unique among the body's solid organs and is crucial for procedures such as living donor liver transplants. It can return to its full size in a few weeks. Sunlight takes approximately 8 minutes and 20 seconds to reach Earth. If the sun were to turn off right now, we would not notice until after that time. Diamonds are made of carbon, the same element found in the graphite of a pencil, but the immense pressure and heat beneath the Earth create the diamond's ultra-dense crystalline structure. On the island of La Gomera, in the Canary Islands, Spain, there is a whistled language called Silbo Gomero. Locals use it to communicate across the island's deep ravines and valleys. With simple, high-pitched sounds, they can convey a complete message over 2 miles away without shouting. The Sargasso Sea, located in the North Atlantic, is the only sea in the world without land shores. It is bordered by ocean currents that create a gyre and accumulate large quantities of floating seaweed called sargassum, from which it gets its name. There is a type of lightning called ball lightning or fireball lightning. It is a very rare atmospheric electrical phenomenon that appears as a floating, luminous sphere that can last much longer than regular lightning. Ants have the ability to carry objects weighing up to 50 times their own body weight. This is due to the high strength-to-weight ratio of their small bodies. The windiest place on Earth is Commonwealth Bay in Antarctica. Winds often exceed 150 miles per hour, keeping the snow close to the ground and hindering the establishment of life. Caber toss is a Scottish Highlands event where competitors throw a long, heavy log to caber it. The goal is not to throw it far, but to get the log to spin in the air and land in a 12 o'clock position directly away from the thrower, demonstrating strength and balance. Tonic water fluoresces blue under black ultraviolet light. This is due to the presence of quinine in the drink, the ingredient that gives it its bitter taste. Quinine absorbs UV radiation and re-emits it as visible light, creating that characteristic glow. During the French Revolution, the calendar was changed. A republican calendar with 10 days per week and 12 months, all with 30 days, was implemented before being abandoned by Napoleon. The ancient Greeks often voted using broken pottery fragments called ostraka. The word ostracism, meaning to exile someone, comes from this voting practice. Golf has been played on the moon. Astronaut Alan Shepard hit 2 golf balls on the lunar surface during the Apollo 14 mission in 1971. He used a 6-iron head adapted to a digging tool. He estimated that the second ball traveled miles and miles due to the low gravity. The Starship Enterprise was named after the U.S. Navy aircraft carrier USS Enterprise, which played a significant role during World War II. The world's longest-running animated television program still on the air is Saze-san, a Japanese series that has been airing since 1969 and has over 7,800 episodes in short format. Apple's original logo was not a bitten apple, but a drawing of Isaac Newton sitting under a tree with an apple about to fall on his head. The logo was designed in 1976. Steve Jobs felt it was too outdated and quickly changed it to the iconic bitten apple design. Actor Vin Diesel, known for his deep voice, has voiced Groot in the Marvel movies in 15 different languages. Even though the character only says, "I am Groot," he had to master the specific intonation and meaning behind the phrase in each language to maintain the emotional impact. The dwarf shrew is the smallest mammal in the world by weight, weighing around 0.07 ounces. It has to eat constantly to survive, consuming twice its body weight each day. In 1912, a man named Franz Reichelt died while attempting to jump from the Eiffel Tower with a parachute he had designed himself, all while being filmed. The name of the Adidas brand of athletic shoes is actually an acronym formed from the name of its founder, Adi Dassler. His brother, Rudolf Dassler, founded the rival athletic shoe company, Puma, after a family dispute in 1948, creating one of the most famous sports rivalries. Viking helmets did not actually have horns. This popularized image arose largely from costume designs for a 19th century Richard Wagner opera. In Norse mythology, the end of the world is known as Ragnarok. It includes a great battle, natural disasters, and the submersion of the world in water, only for it to re-emerge afterward. In the 17th century, tulips became such a coveted luxury item in Holland that their bulbs were traded on a stock exchange. This speculation created tulip mania, the first recorded economic bubble, where the value of a single bulb became equivalent to that of a house before the market collapsed. Although we are taught that gravity is what keeps us in orbit around the sun, the laws of physics are symmetrical. In theory, instead of the Earth orbiting the sun, one could consider the sun to orbit the Earth if using a frame of reference centered on our planet. Although this is not practical for modern physics, the largest number of spectators at a single football match was recorded at the Maracanã in Rio de Janeiro in 1950 during the World Cup final between Brazil and Uruguay, with an official attendance of 173,850 people. Although it is estimated that more than 200,000 attended. The character of Superman was created by two Cleveland high school students, Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster, in 1933. Originally, he was a telepathic villain. The transmission electron microscope, TEM, can magnify objects up to 10 million times, allowing scientists to see individual atoms and structures at the molecular level. It is a crucial advance over the optical microscope, which is limited by the wavelength of light. The Tatacoa Desert in Colombia is not a desert in the strict sense, but a tropical dry forest. However, its landscape of eroded earth and ochre and reddish colors, along with its extreme temperatures, give it a desert-like appearance. It is a key location for astronomical observation due to its low-light pollution. Mount Thor, on Baffin Island, Canada, has the world's longest vertical drop at about 4,100 feet. It is an extreme destination for climbers and base jumpers, boasting the tallest rock face on the planet with an angle of nearly 105 degrees in some sections. Canada has the longest coastline in the world. Walking its entire length, including its thousands of islands, would cover a distance of over 1,250,000 miles. King Charles II of Spain was known as the Bewitched. This is believed to be the result of centuries of inbreeding within the House of Habsburg, which caused him serious health and cognitive problems. The original sushi chefs in Japan used to wrap fish in fermented rice to preserve it in nare-zushi. The rice was discarded. Only later was the rice eaten along with the fish. The Energizer Bunny was created in 1988 as a parody of the mascot of rival battery company Duracell, which also used a bunny in some advertisements. The idea was that the Energizer Bunny would never stop, creating the popularity of the phrase, "keep going and going and going." The most successful and famous gladiators of ancient Rome were often treated like pop celebrities. Their remains have been found with diets rich in vegetables and calcium, suggesting meticulous training and care. Although most people blink about 15 to 20 times per minute, when we read or look at a computer screen, we blink much less, which can lead to eye strain and dry eyes. Elephants are the only creatures, besides humans and some primates, that appear to participate in burial rituals. They revisit the bones of their dead, touch the remains, and remain silent. Lightning can travel through the air at speeds of up to about 137,000 miles per hour. Although light travels much faster, It is the tremendous speed of lightning that makes it seem almost instantaneous, and that allows the sound of thunder to be heard so soon after the flash of light. The Pastry War of 1838 was a conflict between Mexico and France. The name comes from a claim for damages filed by a French pastry chef in Mexico City for a pastry shop damaged in the riots. France demanded exorbitant compensation, which escalated into a military invasion of Mexico. The Baghdad batteries, found in Iraq, are a collection of artifacts dating from the Parthian Empire between about 250 BC and 224 AD. They are clay vessels containing a copper cylinder. Some scientists propose that they may have been primitive galvanic batteries, perhaps used to electroplate objects. Helium is the only element that cannot be frozen. It remains liquid even near absolute zero, unless extremely high pressure is applied. The original tennis ball was not yellow, but white or black so that it would be visible on grass courts. It was changed to fluorescent yellow in 1972 on the recommendation of David Attenborough, the naturalist, as it was easier to follow on television. M&Ms were created in 1941 to allow soldiers to eat chocolate without it melting in their hands. The original slogan, "They melt in your mouth, not in your hand," referred directly to the hard candy coating that protected the chocolate from the heat. The most poisonous fish known is the stonefish. Its camouflaged rock-like appearance is a trap, and its dorsal spines can inject a venom that is potentially fatal to humans. The heaviest watermelon ever grown weighed about 350 pounds and was grown by Chris Kent of Tennessee in 2013. Michael Phelps, the most decorated Olympian, can consume up to 12,000 calories a day during training, which is equivalent to the caloric intake of 6 average adult men. The song "Happy Birthday to You" was copyrighted until 2016. Before that, if it was used in a film or publicly for profit, a license fee had to be paid. In the film Poltergeist, the rain of raw meat in the kitchen is actually animal entrails that rotted during filming. The smell was so unbearable that the shots had to be sped up. Director Tobe Hooper wanted a visceral and repulsive effect, and he achieved it at a high olfactory cost. During World War II, the British Army used inflatable tanks as decoys to mislead German reconnaissance aircraft about troop locations. The character of Sherlock Holmes never uttered the phrase, "Elementary, my dear Watson," in any of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's original works. The phenomenon of fish rain has been documented in various parts of the world, where live or dead fish fall from the sky. The most widely accepted explanation is that powerful tornadoes or waterspouts suck fish up from rivers or other bodies of water and then deposit them inland as the storm weakens. The Gran Cenote of Tulum, Mexico, is part of a vast underground system of interconnected caves and rivers. These cenotes were considered by the Maya to be the entrance to the underworld, or Xibalba. Today, they are famous diving destinations known for their crystal-clear waters and submerged stalactites. The Andes Mountains, which stretch across South America, are the world's longest continental mountain range, extending over 4,300 miles. It crosses 7 countries and is home to Aconcagua, the highest peak in the Americas. Chess boxing is a hybrid sport where competitors alternate rounds of chess and boxing. It requires both physical strength and mental skill. The match can be won by knockout or checkmate, making it a unique test of intelligence and endurance. The first registered pizzeria in the United States was Lombardi's, opened in 1905 in Little Italy, New York. It was originally a grocery store that began selling paper-wrapped pizzas to go, as charcoal ovens were prohibited in homes. The pirate Mary Read served in the British Navy during the War of the Spanish Succession, disguised as a man. She later became a pirate alongside the famous Anne Bonny. The two women dressed in men's clothing during battles and were known for being fierce fighters. Roman coins were often engraved with the profiles of their emperors. When an emperor died or was deposed, a process called damnatio memoriae, condemnation of memory, was ordered. As part of this, the faces of fallen emperors were erased or scraped off coins in circulation. The word salary comes from the Latin word salarium, which refers to salt. In ancient times, Roman soldiers often received a ration of salt or money to buy it, as it was a very valuable commodity. In American football, the Super Bowl trophy is called the Vince Lombardi Trophy and is made by Tiffany & Co. It is made entirely of sterling silver and takes 4 months to craft. The most common mineral on Earth is called bridgmanite. It is composed of magnesium and iron silicate and is the main component of the lower mantle, which is found at great depths. It was named after Nobel laureate Percy Bridgman. Glaciers are so large and heavy that they can warp space-time around them, albeit infinitesimally. While their gravitational effect is minuscule, it is measurable and adds to the warping caused by the Earth. Their melting is changing gravity locally. March 28th is Earth Hour, a global event that encourages people to turn off their lights for 1 hour to reflect on the need to take action against climate change. Mount Chimborazo, an inactive volcano in Ecuador, is the point on Earth farthest from the Earth's center. Although Mount Everest is higher above sea level, the Earth's bulge around the equator gives Chimborazo the record for greatest distance. In the Tanah Toraja region of Indonesia, families often keep the bodies of their deceased relatives at home for months or even years before a funeral. They are treated as sick, given food, and included in family life until an expensive funeral can be arranged. The song listed in the Guinness Book of World Records as the longest officially released song is The Rise and Fall of Bossa Nova by Pipsirk. It lasts 13 hours, 23 minutes, and 32 seconds. It was released in 2017 and surpasses other extended pieces of ambient and experimental music in length. The Statue of Liberty is not green. It is made of copper, and its current color is the result of copper oxidation, known as patina. This green coating protects the metal beneath from further corrosion. The original color was a bright reddish brown. Aluminum foil has 2 sides, one shiny and one dull, due to the manufacturing process, where 2 layers are pressed and rolled together. Contrary to popular belief, there is no significant difference in its ability to retain heat or cold, as the difference in reflectivity is minimal. In China, there is a bread beer made with a recipe that dates back to ancient Egypt. Bread scraps are used in the fermentation process, making the beer a way to preserve and consume carbohydrates and giving it a more robust and full-bodied flavor. The first film released on DVD digital video disc was Blade Runner in Japan in 1996, followed by The Fugitive. This new format offered superior image quality to VHS and was the turning point for high-definition television. The most translated book in the world after the Bible is The Little Prince by Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. It has been translated into more than 300 languages and dialects. Its popularity stems from its simple language and profound philosophical message about life and childhood. Antarctica contains approximately 90% of all the world's ice. If all the ice in Antarctica were to melt, global sea levels would rise by about 200 feet, enough to submerge most of the world's coastal cities. The world's fastest typewriter was invented by stenographer Michel Sesta. It could type more than 200 words per minute. It was based on a phonetic system that simplified typing entire words with just a few finger movements. If the human body remains awake for more than 19 hours, the resulting cognitive impairment is equivalent to that of a person with a blood alcohol level of 0.05%. Affecting coordination and reaction time. Lou is an adventurous dog who rappels alongside his owners. His humans, May Creer and Carlson, bought him special equipment so he can accompany them on all their expeditions. And if you are into details, the spiders you see were made of blown glass with such precision that they look real. They were created by the Class Symphony Studio, experts in manipulating glass with tiny torches. This family of artisans does not just create spiders. They also make sculptures of scorpions, fish, birds, and octopuses. Despite having sold more than 17,000 pieces, their spiders are the most popular. In the world of extreme sports, the asphalt sled stands out for its speed. This type of skateboard is ridden sideways and can exceed about 60 miles per hour thanks to its aerodynamic design. Another risky activity is volcano boarding. It consists of climbing a volcano and launching oneself down its slope on a board. In places like Cerro Negro in Nicaragua, it is a dangerous but highly sought-after attraction. Those who practice it must face toxic gases, sharp ash, and even the possibility of falling into molten lava. Alexandra Lear's photographs showcase otherworldly, mutant vehicles. This German artist fused her love of cars, the desert, and art into a single photographic collection. She met engineers and designers who had created cars so unique they seemed to have come from a science fiction film. Moving on to the countryside, Hannah Simpson trained a cow to act like a horse. Lacking the resources to own a real horse, she turned Layla, a 6-month-old calf, into her faithful companion. Today, more than 12 years later, the cow still responds like a trained horse, an achievement that proves dedication can break down barriers. The Extreme Motorcycle Show in a metal sphere uses centrifugal force to perform stunts on vertical and horizontal walls. This adrenaline-pumping and skillful show leaves everyone speechless, perfect for speed and thrill lovers. The sand painting that changes landscapes when flipped is a masterpiece of creativity. The sand falls, forming different landscapes with controlled flow speed. Each turn reveals a new scene, creating a unique visual experience, perfect for lovers of interactive art. In contrast, this creature known as a rabbit cat is not a hybrid of two species. It is actually a rabbit with a congenital malformation that alters its gait. Although its appearance is confusing, its owners care for it with great affection, debunking the myth circulating online about its origin. Antonio Romero Montero has the world's largest video game collection. It exceeds 20,000 titles, and he owns more than 100 different consoles. His childhood dream was to own as many video games as possible, and clearly, he has more than fulfilled it. Speaking of artistic innovation, there is a screen that projects images using bubbles. It was created by Ritard Jara for a festival in Japan. The mechanism uses pulleys and fans to lift a net impregnated with soap. When activated, it releases bubbles that form a kind of visual wall. In the middle of the Utah desert, artificial ponds dyed a deep blue look like they belong on another planet. The company Intrepid Potash manages them from its headquarters in Denver. Its mission is to extract potassium-rich salts used in agricultural fertilizers. The color comes from a special dye that accelerates evaporation in the sun. On the other side of the continent, in Germany, a kindergarten shaped like a cat was built. The Wolfartsweier Kindergarten, located in Karlsruhe, has eyes for windows and a tail-shaped slide. The building was designed by Tommy Ungerer and Isla Suzanne Yundel in 2011. In Japan, gyms are also a surprise. In Tokyo, the maid gym offered exercise routines assisted by girls dressed as maids. For $67, clients received personalized training, sports drinks, and protein shakes. The Flippo Flip metal toy rolls and spins on the table, ideal for training patience and coordination. This classic toy is perfect for all ages, offering hours of entertainment, a toy that never goes out of style. Howard Lee, an artist of hyper-realistic optical illusions, creates drawings and paintings that look real. He plays with visual perception and explains his artistic process in videos. His works are fascinating and challenge perceived reality, a true master of illusion. Speaking of unusual luxuries, in Switzerland, mountain air is bottled and sold for $16 for about a quart. A single breath of pure air is all it offers. But in highly polluted Asian cities, it becomes a luxury many are willing to pay for. In the same technological vein, Japan developed Forpheus, the first robot capable of playing ping pong with humans. Created by the company Omron, This android not only throws balls but also responds with artificial intelligence based on the opponent's skill level. Now, something many people eat without knowing it, apple seeds contain cyanide. Although they are toxic, the dose in each seed is minimal. For them to be truly dangerous, you would have to crush and chew at least 50. Inception spinning tops in metal are exact, high-precision replicas of the spinning top from the movie Inception. Capable of spinning for up to 10 minutes on normal surfaces, there are 16 different models. Lake Natron in Tanzania is known for its blood-red waters and its ability to calcify animals that die in it. The water is highly alkaline, with a pH above 10, and rich in salts, making it deadly for most animals. In the city of Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, Canada, it is illegal for a tree to climb to the top of a telephone pole or for a person to do so. The original statute was so ambiguous that it was interpreted literally, so if you see a tree ambitiously climbing a pole, call the authorities. The legal joke is that you cannot use the telephone pole as a means of support for climbing. Antarctic ice, thousands of years old, has become a highly sought-after gourmet ingredient for luxury beverage producers in Japan. It is used to chill whiskey and other spirits, not only for its pristine purity, but also because, as it melts, it produces a distinctive crackling sound as the ancient air bubbles burst, adding a unique sensory experience. Tuna toss is a sport held in Port Lincoln, Australia, where athletes compete to throw a 22-pound dead tuna as far as possible. The annual event requires a combination of brute strength and twisting technique to prevent the fish from slipping out of their hands, making it a spectacle that definitely evokes the sea. The rock band Queen holds the distinction of having an album spend more time on the UK charts than any other artist. Their compilation, Queen's Greatest Hits, released in 1981, has spent an astonishing 1,000 weeks, or nearly 20 years, on the UK albums chart, demonstrating the timelessness of their music. The painter Salvador Dalí had an unusual pet, a domesticated ocelot named Babu. Dalí was known for taking Babu for walks in public, even to upscale restaurants in New York. In one anecdote, when Babu scratched furniture, Dalí told the restaurant owner that Babu was an ordinary house cat painted with an opal pattern, an excuse as surreal as his art. On February 14, although known as Valentine's Day, Bulgaria celebrates Trifon Zarazan Day, or Vineyard Pruners Day. This day honors Saint Tryphon, the patron saint of wine growers, and is celebrated with rituals that include the symbolic pruning of vines, ensuring a bountiful harvest. It is a lovely excuse to celebrate with wine. The oldest professional football team still in existence is Sheffield FC from England, founded in 1857. The club is recognized by FIFA and the English Football Association as the oldest football club in the world and played a crucial role in codifying the modern rules of the sport. Mount Chimborazo in Ecuador is the point on Earth farthest from the Earth's center. Although Mount Everest is the highest point above sea level, Chimborazo wins due to the Earth not being a perfectly spherical shape. It is an oblate spheroid that bulges at the equator. In 1893, New Zealand became the first country in the world to grant women the right to vote, leading the international suffrage movement unexpectedly early. This achievement came after years of intense campaigning by suffragettes, notably Kate Shepherd. If the Earth were the size of an apple, the atmosphere surrounding it would be thinner than the skin of that fruit. This puts the delicacy and fragility of our atmosphere into perspective. Despite its thinness, this atmospheric layer is essential, as it contains the oxygen we breathe, protects us from harmful solar radiation, and maintains a habitable temperature, demonstrating its incredible efficiency. The Falkland Islands are home to 5 different species of penguins: king, gentoo, macaroni, rockhopper, and Magellanic, far outnumbering the human population. The penguins, the island's true demographic superstars, attract thousands of tourists annually. The first Roomba robotic vacuum cleaners, launched in the early 2000s, had a peculiar problem. Some owners reported that the robots, upon encountering pet waste, would spread it throughout the house before shutting down. This led the community to affectionately dub them painting robots, specializing in abstract art with organic materials, creating an epic and very expensive mess to clean up. Food packaging in tin cans was invented in the early 19th century by Peter Durand, a British inventor, as an innovative way to preserve food for the Royal Navy. However, the can opener was not invented until 48 years later in 1858 in the USA. During that period, the instructions on the can simply told consumers to use a chisel and hammer to open it. The character of Gollum in the Lord of the Rings trilogy pioneered the use of real-time motion capture for a high-profile character. Actor Andy Serkis had to wear a special suit and perform the scenes alongside the other actors, meaning the interaction and performance were genuine, even when Gollum was just a man in a tight-fitting suit. Minimalist composer John Cage is famous for his work 4 minutes and 33 seconds, in which the musicians play no instruments. The perceived silence is not the central point. The music is, in fact, the ambient sounds produced during that time, the audience's breathing, street noise, and so on, challenging the traditional definition of music. Rembrandt's famous painting, The Night Watch, is technically misnamed. The original title is The Company of the Civic Guard by Frans Banning Koch and Willem van Ruitenberg. The name became popular because the painting, covered with dirty varnish for years, appeared to depict a nighttime scene, but after restoration, it was revealed that the scene takes place in daylight. The name of the Android operating system was chosen as a tribute to the nickname of the company's co-founder, Andy Rubin. Rubin was known among his Apple colleagues as Android because of his passion for robotics and androids, demonstrating that technology names often have a personal origin. The Mixtec ball game is an ancient Mesoamerican sport still played in some regions of Mexico. It uses a natural rubber ball that weighs around 9 pounds that players strike with a rigid, heavy glove that can weigh up to 15 pounds, requiring enormous strength and stamina. During the bubonic plague in the Middle Ages, doctors often wore bird beak-shaped masks filled with aromatic herbs and strong spices, such as lavender or mint. The beak served to filter the bad smells, although the full suit actually offered some protection by covering the body. The so-called Great Boston Fire of 1872 was one of the greatest urban disasters in United States history. It destroyed 776 buildings and burned 65 acres of land in the city center. Most surprisingly, the fire is believed to have been caused by a horse knocking over a gas lamp in a barn. King George I of Great Britain, who began his reign in 1714, was the last British monarch born outside the United Kingdom. He was born in Hanover, Germany, and, interestingly, spoke little English. He communicated with his ministers in a mixture of Latin and French. His unfamiliarity with the British language and culture influenced his decision to delegate much of his power to his ministers, strengthening the role of the Prime Minister. The Chingue de Bemaraha stone forest in Madagascar is a nature reserve with a landscape of limestone karst needles, known as chingue, that rise hundreds of feet high. These sharp, eroded formations make exploration incredibly dangerous and have given rise to a unique ecosystem of animals that have evolved to live only in this inaccessible terrain. In the state of Oregon, United States, there is a law that states that you cannot whistle underwater. Although the law seems ridiculous, the simplest explanation is that it is physically impossible for a human to whistle underwater. The name of the Oreo cookie remains a mystery. Theories vary. Some say it comes from the Greek word for mountain, Oreo, due to its original shape, while others suggest it is a combination of the R's from cream and the O's from chocolate. The tradition of eating 12 grapes at midnight on New Year's Eve, one for each chime of the clock, became popular in Spain at the beginning of the 20th century. The most widely accepted story is that wine growers in Alicante devised this practice in 1909 to sell a surplus of grapes from the harvest, turning a market problem into a beloved national custom. Guitarist Eddie Van Halen popularized the two-handed tapping technique, where both hands play the guitar fretboard as heard in the song Eruption. He used to play this technique in concerts with his back to the audience because he feared other guitarists would copy him. Although he was not the inventor, he was the one who brought it into the rock mainstream. The human chess game is a traditional event in Marostica, Italy, held every 2 years in the town square. The inhabitants, dressed in medieval costumes, act as chess pieces, moving according to the orders of 2 chess players who direct the game from a balcony. The fuzz on a felt tennis ball is not just for aesthetics. This layer of wool and nylon material serves a fundamental aerodynamic purpose. The fuzz slows the ball down, making it playable, and also allows effects like topspin to have more influence on its trajectory, making tennis a game of high skill and not simply brute force. The Vikings used something called sunstone, possibly a type of calcite or Iceland spar for navigation. Even on cloudy days or when the sun was below the horizon, sunstone could depolarize the light, allowing sailors to determine the sun's position. The Phaistos disc, a unique archaeological artifact from the Minoan civilization of Crete, is a baked clay disc dating to around 1700 BC. It is covered in a spiral pattern with impressions of unknown symbols. It is the only known example of this type of ancient movable type, but the text has never been deciphered and its purpose remains a mystery. The City of Arts and Sciences in Valencia, Spain, is home to the tallest building in Europe. It is a futuristic architectural complex designed by Santiago Calatrava and Felix Candela. However, the architects had to deal with unexpected problems after construction, such as falling tiles, leaks, and even a design so bright and white that it reflected sunlight intensely, making it less practical than it seemed. The famous Sacher Torte from Vienna, Austria, was invented by a 16-year-old pastry apprentice named Franz Sacher in 1832. Prince Clemens von Metternich had commissioned his court chef to create a special dessert for his guests, but the chef fell ill. Young Sacher stepped in, and his creation became Vienna's most famous chocolate cake. The musical genre of reggaeton has deep roots dating back to the 1970s and 80s in Panama and Puerto Rico. Dembow, the unmistakable foundational rhythm of reggaeton, originated from the 1990 dancehall song Dembow by Shabba Ranks. This rhythm was sampled and transformed by Panamanian and Puerto Rican producers to create the rhythmic base of a new genre that would come to dominate Latin music. The French artist Claude Monet, the father of Impressionism, suffered from advanced cataracts in his later years, which significantly affected his perception of color. His last works, especially those painted after 1912, show a shift toward more red and brown tones as the lens of his eye, affected by cataracts, filtered out blue tones. Octopus underwater hockey is a sport played at the bottom of a swimming pool, invented by the British Royal Navy in the 1950s to keep its divers fit. Players use snorkels, fins, and a short stick to push or pass a heavy puck along the bottom of the pool into the opposing team's goal. The ancient Egyptians were so devoted to their cats that killing one, even accidentally, was a capital offense, punishable by death. When a family cat died, members of the household often shaved their eyebrows as a sign of mourning, a period that could last until their eyebrows grew back. The so-called Lost Army of Cambyses is a historical legend that recounts the disappearance of a 50,000-strong Persian army sent by King Cambyses II in 524 BC. According to the Greek historian Herodotus, the force was sent to the Siwa oasis in Egypt to destroy the Oracle of Amun, but a massive sandstorm engulfed them in the desert. During the Second World War, the United States military developed the bat bomb, a secret project to drop thousands of bats with small napalm incendiary bombs attached to them onto Japanese cities. Fortunately, it was never used in combat, making it one of the strangest and most unsuccessful war plans. Volcanoes can produce volcanic lightning or dirty thunderstorms during an eruption. This spectacular electrical phenomenon is generated by the friction of rock fragments, ash, and ice in the plume of smoke and ash. The separation of charges creates powerful static electricity that discharges in the form of lightning. There is a town in the state of Michigan, United States, called Hell, and the residents have embraced their name humorously. You can be mayor for a day for a small fee, and the town capitalizes on the name for tourist events. The origin of the name is uncertain, but the leading theory is that early settlers, upon exiting a hay wagon, said, "This is like hell." Hadrian's Wall in northern England was not built to keep the Scots out, but to mark and defend the northernmost frontier of the Roman Empire against the non-Romanized tribes of Caledonia, modern-day Scotland. The wall stretched for about 73 miles from coast to coast and took at least 6 years to construct. Buzkashi is the national sport of Afghanistan and is played on horseback. Players compete to carry the carcass of a decapitated and headless goat or calf to a scoring circle. It is known for being an extremely rough and often violent sport, which can involve hundreds of riders competing in a frenzy for possession of the meatball. There is a point in the South Atlantic Ocean known as the South Atlantic Anomaly. It is an area where the Van Allen radiation belt is unusually close to the Earth's surface. This results in more intense space radiation at low altitudes, and satellites, including the Hubble Space Telescope and the International Space Station, have to turn off their instruments or take special precautions when passing through this region to avoid damage. The Klerksdorp marbles are mysterious, spherical, and oval objects that have been extracted from 3-billion-year-old pyrophyllite deposits in South Africa. They have fine grooves around the center and are made of hard materials such as hematite and wollastonite. Although geologists consider them natural formations, some suggest they are prehistoric artifacts created by an extinct intelligence. The Great Chicago Fire of 1871, which destroyed much of the city and killed about 300 people, is legendarily attributed to Mrs. O'Lara's cow, which supposedly kicked a lantern in a barn. However, later research has cast serious doubt on this story, which was likely a convenient scapegoat. Male giraffes often perform an act known as fleeman to taste a female's urine and determine if she is ready to mate. The humor lies in the fact that, to do this, the male must extend his neck, smell the urine, and then dramatically curl his upper lip in an expression that makes it seem as if he has just smelled the most disgusting thing on the planet, even though it is a crucial step in courtship. Nutmeg is a common spice, but in large doses, generally more than about 1 teaspoon of ground nutmeg, it can act as a psychotropic drug, causing hallucinations, nausea, and a state of mental confusion that can last for several days. This effect is due to the presence of myristicin, a naturally occurring compound. In Japan, there is a phenomenon called hikikomori, which describes people, often young, who completely isolate themselves socially, remaining in their homes for months or even years. This extreme behavior of social seclusion is attributed to a combination of social pressure, fear of failure, and the fast pace of modern life. The storm scene in the film The Godfather, released in 1972, was achieved using practical effects rather than computer-generated imagery. Director Francis Ford Coppola wanted a visceral feeling of heavy rain, so the production team dumped thousands of gallons of water from large tanks onto the set. The song Happy Birthday to You was one of the most valuable and disputed copyrighted songs in history. It was originally written by 2 American sisters, Patty and Mildred Hill, in 1893, with the lyrics "Good Morning to All." The copyright was owned by Warner Chappell Music, which collected royalties for its public use until 2015. The famous Aunt Jemima flower figure underwent a major rebranding in 2021 due to its origins in racial stereotypes. The brand, which had existed since 1889, was criticized for relying on the stereotype of the subservient, slave-like mammy. Quaker Oats changed its name and logo to Pearl Milling Company to reflect modern social sensibilities. There is a type of cosmic object called a rogue planet or orphan planet that is not gravitationally bound to any star and wanders freely through the galaxy. These planets are believed to have been ejected from their original solar systems during gravitational interactions. The Pastry War was a military conflict in 1838 between Mexico and France. The conflict began when a French pastry chef in Mexico City, Ramontel, demanded compensation from his government for damages caused to his pastry shop during Mexican civil unrest. The popularity of the bright orange carrot dates back to the 17th century in the Netherlands. It is believed that Dutch farmers cultivated and popularized mutant varieties of carrots that were originally purple, yellow, or white to honor the House of Orange, the ruling dynasty. In much of Middle Eastern and Indian culture, it is considered very impolite to offer or receive anything with your left hand. The left hand is traditionally associated with personal hygiene, cleaning up after using the toilet, and is considered impure. In United States history, there was an unorthodox postal system known as kids' mail. In the early 20th century, because there were no strict weight restrictions, families even mailed their own children to visit their grandparents. While it may sound like a joke, this was legal. The children were sent with stamps attached to their clothing or small packages. During the First World War, the British Army used thousands of canaries in the trenches to detect the presence of poisonous gases such as carbon monoxide and chlorine. These birds were highly sensitive to the gases and would fall from their perches before the soldiers noticed the danger, acting as a biological alarm system. Sugar is not considered an additive in traditional German rye bread. Historically in Germany, the most common rye and whole wheat breads were made with natural yeast and no added sugars. So sugar is perceived as a way to speed up the process. The Ronald McDonald character was banned in parts of the United States and the United Kingdom in the 2010s. The main reason was that the use of clowns was deemed ethically inappropriate for marketing fast food to children, citing growing concerns about childhood obesity and the fear that clowns evoke in many people, a phobia known as coulrophobia. In Japan, there is a social tradition called giri. It refers to the social obligation not only to return a favor, but also to maintain respect for society and superiors. Giri can be so complex that it dictates how one should react to an embarrassing situation in public, or the type of gift one should buy for a coworker based on their status. The ancient Egyptian pyramid builders were not slaves, as is often portrayed in popular culture and film. They were skilled, paid, and respected workers, demonstrating the social complexity of construction. Archaeological evidence suggests that they received medical care and were buried near the pyramids themselves, indicating a social status that contrasted sharply with the idea of forced labor. The sensation of goosebumps has a scientific name, piloerection, and is a vestigial reflex inherited from our hairy ancestors. Originally, this reflex caused body hair to stand on end, trapping a layer of insulating air to warm the body, or making the animal appear larger to frighten predators. There is an underwater waterfall, sometimes called an illusory waterfall, off the coast of Mauritius, which can be seen from space or in satellite images. This phenomenon is actually an optical effect created by deposits of sand and silt that run down the edge of the continental shelf into the ocean depths, making it appear as if the water is tumbling down. The city of Rome, Georgia, United States, has a statue of a wolf and its cubs, a replica of the famous Capitoline wolf statue in Rome, Italy. However, due to a translation error on the plaque, the statue was incorrectly named for years after Romulus and his brother Raymond instead of Remus, a historical blunder that amused the Italian community. In many ramen restaurants in Japan, it is a sign of appreciation and enjoyment of the dish to make a loud slurping sound while eating the noodles. The vigorous slurping is believed to cool the hot noodles and allow the diner to savor the aromas of the broth while eating. Although this custom may be jarring to Western visitors, it is a sign of courtesy. The first commercial hard disk drive was the IBM 305 RAMAC in 1956. It was enormous in size, similar to two large refrigerators. Its storage capacity was only 5 megabytes, or 5 megabytes. Despite its tiny capacity by today's standards, it was a monumental advance in digital storage, weighing over a ton. The Nazca lines in Peru, enormous geoglyphs etched into the desert floor, remain a mystery in terms of their exact purpose. The figures, which include monkeys, spiders, and hummingbirds, are so large that they can only be fully appreciated from an aerial perspective. Theories range from giant astronomical calendars to ritual pathways. Alcohol does not warm your body. In fact, it can do the opposite. The flushing you feel is caused by the dilation of blood vessels near the surface of your skin. This gives you a momentary sensation of warmth, but in reality, it is diverting heat from your core, which can be dangerous in cold weather. Muggle Quidditch, based on the sport in the Harry Potter series, has evolved into a real, competitive sport played in university leagues and international tournaments. Players must run with a broomstick between their legs at all times, despite not flying, and dodge bludgers, which are dodgeballs, while trying to score with the quaffle, which is a volleyball. The game even has a human snitch. During the reign of Henry VIII in England, a window tax was implemented based on the number of windows in a house. The more windows, the higher the tax. This law led many homeowners to brick up their existing windows to avoid paying taxes, resulting in decreased natural light and ventilation. On the border between Chile and Argentina lies Ojos del Salado, which is not only the world's highest active volcano at about 22600 feet, but also home to the world's highest crater lake at about 21000 feet above sea level. The presence of this crater lake in such an extreme environment where evaporation exceeds precipitation is a hydrological marvel. There is a bridge in Japan called Ishima Ohashi that is so steep it is often nicknamed the roller coaster of bridges. The bridge was designed with this extreme incline to allow large ships to pass underneath. In the Olympic Games, clay pigeon shooting used to involve live pigeons. This practice was banned after the 1900 Paris Olympics. The cruelty to the animals provoked public outrage, leading the sport to adopt clay targets tossed into the air, known as clay pigeons, which are used today. The city of Pechora, Russia, is the site of an unusual thermal anomaly or hotspot. In the middle of the frigid Siberian tundra, an area was discovered where the ground remains thawed during the winter, despite sub-zero temperatures, due to an anomalous underground geothermal heat source. This phenomenon creates a microclimate where plants unusual for the region grow, attracting animals and scientists alike. The candy known as cotton candy was invented by a dentist. Dr. William Morrison, along with a confectioner, invented a machine for making fairy thread in 1897. The goal was not necessarily dental health, but rather innovation in sugar processing. The famous Copley Medal of the Royal Society of London was awarded to Benjamin Franklin and James Cook. The medal, established in 1731, is the oldest scientific award in the world still given, recognizing outstanding achievements in research in any branch of science. In the mountainous region of Ayayumarca, located in Peru, stands an enigmatic formation carved directly into the rock, known as the Aramu Muru Gate. This impressive structure, resembling the entrance to a hidden world, leads nowhere visible, which has given rise to numerous stories and myths passed down by nearby communities. Yao Ming, a prominent basketball player from China, is known for his imposing height of 7 feet 8 inches. During the first decade of the 21st century, he's shown as a key figure in the NBA. His talent and size caught the attention of the Houston Rockets, who selected him first overall in the 2002 draft. In Pakistan's remote Hunza Valley lies the Hussaini Suspension Bridge, feared for its unstable structure. Suspended over the turbulent Unza River, It is made of separate planks and ropes that creak with every step. The wind constantly buffets it, increasing the difficulty of crossing. Even so, locals cross it daily as part of their routine. The tarsier is a tiny primate distinguished by its disproportionately large eyes, adapted for night vision. It inhabits the dense forests of Southeast Asia, where it leaps with precision among the branches to hunt insects and small animals. Its peculiar appearance and secretive habits have made it an emblem of the region's rich biodiversity. In the province of Tungurahua, Ecuador, lies the imposing waterfall known as Pilón del Diablo, Devil's Cauldron. With a drop of nearly 260 feet, its power and beauty captivate all who visit. The name comes from both its rocky shape, which evokes a boiling cauldron, and ancient tales of mystical entities that protect the area. Its jungle setting and the paths carved into the stone make it an unforgettable experience. At Jogesa Temple in Seoul stands an ancient ginkgo biloba, nicknamed the Jingo of Life. This tree has withstood the passage of 8 centuries, surviving wars and natural disasters. Its imposing presence has transformed it into an emblem of strength and permanence. Every autumn, its foliage turns a vibrant gold that captivates visitors. A prehistoric killer dolphin? Sort of. The Platypterygius was an ichthyosaur, a marine reptile with a fish-like shape that lived in the Cretaceous oceans. But unlike modern dolphins, this one did not smile at you. It devoured you in one bite. It had a long snout full of razor-sharp conical teeth, enormous eyes adapted for seeing in dark waters, and a speed that made it the perfect predator. In 2012, in the state of Minnesota, a colossal hamburger was cooked that broke all records. This monstrous creation weighed over 2,000 pounds and was more than 10 feet wide. Although it was made for publicity purposes, it did not end up as a simple display. The organizers decided to distribute pieces among those present to avoid waste. Giraffes present a curious exception within the animal kingdom. They do not yawn. This behavior, common in many mammals, is absent in them for reasons still debated. It is suspected that their unique physiology, especially their long neck and efficient circulation, reduces the need for extra oxygen to the brain. Therefore, yawning might not be necessary for them. Butterflies require ambient heat to be able to unfurl their wings. As cold-blooded creatures, their mobility depends entirely on the temperature of their surroundings. When the temperature drops below a certain threshold, their muscles become inactive and they remain still. Only when they receive enough warmth can they take flight. In the coastal town of Murudeshwar, India, stands an impressive sculpture dedicated to Lord Shiva, one of the most revered figures in Hinduism. This majestic statue reaches a height of nearly 120 feet and is located right next to the Murudeshwar temple, overlooking the Arabian Sea. Can you imagine a wombat the size of a pickup truck? Well, there was one. The Diprotodon was the largest marsupial that ever existed. It lived in Australia about 40,000 years ago and was basically a cross between a teddy bear and a rhinoceros, but with the face of a sloth, it measured up to 13 feet long and weighed almost 6,600 pounds. It had giant teeth adapted for chewing tough grasses and roots. Native to Australia, the peacock spider is a tiny jumping arachnid known for its vibrant abdomen and sophisticated courtship rituals. To win over a female, the male proudly displays his striking colors while performing a detailed dance, synchronizing precise leg movements. This visual spectacle is key to attracting a mate and is a fascinating example of animal behavior in nature. In Montmartre, Paris, there is a unique work of art dedicated to celebrating love, the I Love You wall. This wall is adorned with the expression I love you in more than 250 different languages, symbolizing the diversity and global reach of this sentiment. Conceived by artists Frederic Baron and Claire Quito, this creation has become a special place where couples and visitors from all over the world gather to honor love in all its forms. In Jamaica, ackee is an iconic fruit that, when combined with salted fish, forms the island's most representative dish. This fruit, prized for its delicate and nutritious flavor, should only be consumed when ripe, as in its green state it contains toxic compounds that can be dangerous. Once ripe, its creamy and smooth texture makes it a fundamental ingredient in the local cuisine. In 2012, Italy achieved a culinary milestone by preparing the largest pizza ever recorded, covering an impressive area of about 13600 square feet. This gastronomic masterpiece was named Ottavia, in homage to the Roman empress who symbolized peace and stability in her time. There are beaches where the sand has a pinkish hue, a visually striking phenomenon. This particular coloration is due to the presence of microscopic marine organisms called foraminifera. When these organisms die, their reddish shells disintegrate and mix with the white sand, creating that pinkish tint. The result is a unique coastal landscape that combines natural beauty and biological processes. In Copenhagen, Denmark, stands an unconventional power plant known as Copenhill. What makes it truly unique is that a ski slope operates on its roof, accessible year-round. This plant is not nuclear, but rather a state-of-the-art facility that transforms waste into usable energy for thousands of homes. In the German town of Wuppertal, there is a structure that does not go unnoticed, the famous Lego Bridge. This striking pedestrian bridge was artistically transformed to appear as if it were built with giant Lego bricks, although it is actually made of concrete. Its colorful design turns an ordinary piece of infrastructure into a work of urban art that fascinates locals and tourists alike. In 2021, Aaron James, a 46-year-old man, survived a 700-volt electric shock that caused severe facial injuries. Following this traumatic experience, Aaron shared that the medical care he received allowed him to regain his sense of smell and the ability to eat properly. These advances have meant a radical transformation in his daily life and overall well-being. His story is an inspiring example of overcoming adversity. The prestigious Tibaldi Company created the Fulgor Nocturnus, an extremely valuable fountain pen that ranks among the most exclusive and expensive worldwide. This writing instrument represents extreme luxury and fine craftsmanship, serving as a status symbol for its owners. Its high price places it in a privileged position within the market for elite writing instruments. In South Korean culture, miyeokguk, a soup made with seaweed, is a traditional food essential during birthday celebrations. This custom has its roots in the practice of women consuming this dish after giving birth to recover physically. Thus, eating this soup on birthdays symbolizes a tribute to mothers and the continuity of life. This is the animal that looks like it was designed by a mad mechanic, the Helicoprion, a prehistoric shark that lived more than 250 million years ago, famous for having a spiral of teeth like a coiled chainsaw inside its mouth. For decades, scientists did not know where that toothy spiral went. Was it a fin, a horn, a decorative feature? Elephants give the impression of walking on their toes due to a peculiarity in their anatomy. They do not have heels like other animals. Instead, they stand on the front of their feet. The back of their feet is composed mainly of a thick layer of fatty tissue. This structure acts as a kind of cushion that absorbs their weight. It is a perfect adaptation for supporting their enormous bodies quietly and steadily. Byron Schlenker holds the world record for the largest tongue circumference ever recorded. His tongue measures a staggering 6.3 inches, a truly astonishing figure. With this measurement, he surpassed the previous record of 5.8 inches, set by Sasha Feiner. This curious record has garnered attention for its rarity and peculiarity. Although the United States is one of the most prominent Olympic powers, there are 4 disciplines in which it has yet to win a medal. These sports are handball, badminton, trampoline, and table tennis. Despite its dominance in multiple disciplines, these remain its outstanding challenges. On the outskirts of Copenhagen, Denmark, lie the unique circular houses of Brøndby, known for their original urban design and focus on community living. These houses are arranged in concentric rings around shared gardens, fostering interaction among neighbors and a collaborative lifestyle. In Japan, there are automatic dispensers capable of preparing and delivering a hot pizza in just 5 minutes. This innovative system offers the product in specially designed packaging, which includes a bag for easy transport. The package also includes a tool for cutting the pizza instantly. Victoria d'Auberville, the French dancer who conquered Antarctica, went viral after performing a dance on the bow of a ship, while photographer Matthew Forget captured the moment. Her elegance and skill contrasted perfectly with the icy landscape, creating an image that many believe to be the work of artificial intelligence. Digga is no ordinary cat. She jumps on a skateboard, does tricks like a dog, and even holds Guinness World Records for her agility. This Australian feline moves with more style than many humans and has conquered the internet with her talent. A true furry star who does parkour with feline elegance. Jim Carrey was a top choice on the list of possible actors to play Jack Sparrow in the famous Pirates of the Caribbean series. However, he had to decline the offer because it coincided with the filming period for the movie Bruce Almighty in 2003. This scheduling conflict prevented him from taking the role. Thus, the actor was unable to be part of this iconic production. In Japan, they developed toilets with completely transparent walls, a concept that at first glance may seem surprising or even strange. The innovation lies in the fact that these toilets allow people to check if they are available before using them, thus facilitating their use. They are made with a high-tech glass that, when activated, becomes opaque to guarantee the privacy of the person inside. The drinkable book represents a revolutionary alternative for populations that lack clean and safe water. This curious book acts as an effective filter, capable of transforming dirty water into potable water suitable for human consumption. Each of its pages is impregnated with silver and copper nanoparticles, substances that destroy bacteria and other harmful microorganisms. Shinra is an innovative Japanese artist famous for his paper illustrations that come to life. Using unique techniques, he transforms 2D images into dynamic creations that seem to have a life of their own. His art is distinguished by incredible precision and creativity, fusing technical skill with a striking visual style. During a public talk, Miley Cyrus revealed that she would like to erase the existence of Wrecking Ball forever, because she fears that people will inevitably associate her with the image of the Wrecking Ball. The artist confessed that her biggest fear would be that the song would be played at her funeral, as she feels the music video will become a constant shadow over her life. In 2022, James Hong achieved an unprecedented milestone by becoming the oldest person to be honored with a star on the famous Hollywood Walk of Fame at 93 years old. Royal Caribbean's Ultimate World Cruise holds the record for being the longest-running ocean expedition in the world. This incredible adventure takes place aboard the Serenade of the Seas and spans a total of 274 consecutive nights. During this long voyage, passengers visit more than 150 different locations across 65 nations on all 7 continents. Victor Hugo Peralta and his wife Gabriela Rios have held the Guinness World Record since 2012 as the married couple with the most body modifications, reaching a total of 77 procedures at that time. Over time, this number has continued to increase, reflecting their commitment to this form of body art. Their modifications include eyeball tattoos, piercings, subcutaneous implants, and a split tongue. In the Bronx, New York, there are steps that gained international fame after appearing in an iconic sequence from the film Joker, starring Joaquin Phoenix. In that scene, the main character descends dancing with a defiant attitude, making the location a landmark for film fans. In 2016, while participating in a demanding ultramarathon across the arid Gobi Desert in Mongolia, athlete Dion Leonard experienced an unexpected moment. A tiny stray dog began running alongside him, and faithfully accompanied him for over 100 miles without straying. This spontaneous bond captured the public's attention and became a heartwarming story. Amano Hashide, in Japan, offers a spectacular coastal landscape with a narrow strip of land covered in pine trees that connects the Sea of Japan to Aso Bay. This curious natural formation, known as the Sky Walkway, stands out for its unique and serene beauty. It is recognized as one of the 3 most breathtaking scenic spots in the country. Szilajska Ercebet, a talented Hungarian artist, creates stunning sculptures using stones. Her skill in combining pebbles of different sizes and colors allows her to form dynamic and vibrant scenes without altering the natural structure of the stones. Through meticulous arrangement and cleaning of the rocks, Ercebet manages to create works of art that respect the natural essence of the materials. The butterfly, known as the 88, native to Central and South America, is distinguished by the unique 88-shaped markings on its hindwings. These markings not only give it its name, but also serve as effective camouflage. When the butterfly rests on tree trunks or the forest floor, these visual cues help it blend in. Near Falkirk, Scotland, stand the Kelpies, 2 gigantic horsehead sculptures reaching about 98 feet in height. These monumental works are based on Scottish legends of Kelpies, water creatures capable of transforming into horses. Their imposing size and detailed design make them a breathtaking visual spectacle. They represent the connection between culture, mythology, and modern engineering. In Goulburn, Australia, stands a massive statue of a ram known as the Big Merino, though locals call it Rambo. This imposing figure stands about 49 feet tall and celebrates the importance of the wool industry in the country. Visitors can climb to the level of the ram's eyes to enjoy panoramic views of the city. More than just a sculpture, it is a cultural and tourist symbol. In the Indian town of Abaneri lies Chand Baori, an ancient stepwell renowned for its depth and age. With approximately 3,500 steps descending 13 levels to the underground water table, it is one of the most impressive in the world. Built in the 9th century, its primary function was to store water in a hot, dry climate. The harpy eagle, one of the most imposing birds of prey, inhabits the dense rainforests of Central and South America. Its talons, even larger than those of a brown bear, allow it to capture prey such as monkeys and sloths with great dexterity. Despite its large size, it moves with surprising agility among the trees. Kabosu, an adorable Shiba Inu from Japan, achieved worldwide fame as the image behind the popular Doge meme in the Dogecoin cryptocurrency. In 2008, Atsuko Sato adopted her after rescuing her from a shelter. A photograph of Kabosu with a unique expression, posted in 2010, went viral and became an internet icon. Sadly, Kabosu passed away on May 24, 2024, at the age of 18, after battling leukemia and liver problems. In Malaysia, the Langkawi Sky Bridge is a curved pedestrian bridge that spans about 410 feet over a precipice, suspended about 2,300 feet above sea level on Mount Machinchong. From this walkway, visitors can admire breathtaking panoramic views of the Langkawi Islands and the lush rainforest that surrounds them. A cable car ascends the mountain to reach the bridge, adding an exciting element to the journey. Shigeru Miyamoto, the designer behind The Legend of Zelda, chose the name Zelda for the game's princess as a tribute to the American writer Zelda Fitzgerald. This choice reflected his admiration for the iconic literary figure and her cultural influence. Thus, the character acquired a name steeped in history and meaning beyond the world of video games. The world's longest foosball table measures about 500 feet. This incredible record was achieved by Der Bremer and KP Agency, both from Turkey, in Istanbul on September 23, 2023. The monumental table broke the previous record and became a true milestone in the world of table sports. Evergreen Marine Corporation, established in 1968 in Taiwan, has established itself as one of the world's largest shipping companies. Its iconic green vessels, giant container ships, are easily recognizable on the oceans. The company innovated by implementing direct routes between East Asia and the Americas, significantly shortening transit times. George, an exceptionally enormous Great Dane, was recognized as the tallest dog ever recorded. He stood nearly 7 feet tall and weighed over 245 pounds. Despite his gigantic size, he had a sweet and affectionate nature. His height allowed him to reach places other dogs could never reach. The famous Marlboro Man, who symbolized rugged masculinity and the spirit of the West, met a tragic end in real life for several of the models who portrayed him. 4 of the men who appeared in the brand's advertising campaigns later died from smoking-related illnesses. During World War II, British intelligence created a weapon that was never fired, Project Habakkuk, which involved building an aircraft carrier made entirely of pykrete, a mixture of wood pulp and ice. Although the concept seemed like science fiction, the British spent time and resources designing this gigantic floating vessel. The first television program broadcast in color in the United States was the Rose Parade in 1954, but most viewers were unable to see it in color. This is because almost no one owned a color television at home, as they were extremely expensive and rare at the time. The famous Baroque-era composer Johann Sebastian Bach never composed an opera throughout his prolific career, which is quite unusual for a musician of his caliber during that period. Although he was a master of cantatas, concertos, and chamber music, he never ventured into this genre, even though opera was very popular and a great showcase for other contemporary composers. The most stolen painting in history is not the Mona Lisa, but the altarpiece, The Adoration of the Mystic Lamb by the Van Eyck brothers in Ghent, Belgium. It has been stolen or attempted stolen at least 6 times throughout its history, an astonishing number that underscores its value and the risks it has faced. There is a meteorological phenomenon known as fish rain, where aquatic animals, such as fish or frogs, fall from the sky. This event is not a miracle, but the result of powerful waterspouts or tornadoes that suck up small bodies of water, lifting animals to great altitudes. The town of Coober Pedy in South Australia is famous as the opal capital of the world, but its most unique feature is that most of its residents live underground. To escape the extreme heat of the Australian desert, houses, churches, and even hotels are carved into sandstone hills. In 1932, the Australian government declared war on a population of emus that was wreaking havoc on wheat crops in the west of the country, an event ironically known as the Great Emu War. The army, armed with machine guns, was sent to combat the flightless birds, but the mission was a humiliating failure. A popular urban legend about chewing gum claims that it takes 7 years for the gum to be digested if swallowed, but this is completely false. Although chewing gum is not digestible in the same way as other foods, because our stomachs cannot break down the gum base, it simply passes through the digestive tract intact. The giant squid has the largest eyes in the animal kingdom, reaching up to about 11 inches in diameter, similar to the size of a basketball. These massive eyes allow it to detect the bioluminescent light of its prey or predators in the dark depths of the ocean. The Lego brand takes its name from the Danish phrase "leg godt," which translates as "play well." Ironically, in Latin, the word Lego means "I put together" or "I assemble," which is a perfect match for the function of its famous building bricks. In Norway, the tradition of dugnad is a deeply rooted social custom involving collective volunteer work in the community. It is used to get neighbors together to clean or repair common areas, such as parks or apartment buildings, before the arrival of summer. Curling is an Olympic sport where players slide polished granite stones across an ice rink toward a circular target area called the house. What is unusual is that teammates use brooms to sweep the ice just in front of the stone. The habanero pepper, one of the hottest peppers in the world, is named after Havana, the capital of Cuba, but actually originated on the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico. Although the name suggests a Cuban connection, its cultivation and use spread from Mexico. The Indus Valley Civilization, one of the largest and oldest in the world, mysteriously disappeared around 1800 BC. Its writing system has not yet been deciphered, making it difficult to know whether they suffered invasions, major floods, or extreme droughts. They left behind impressive cities with advanced urban planning, but the exact reason for their collapse remains an enigma. The 3.5-inch floppy disk, an icon of data storage for decades, had a clever design feature, the metal shutter. This small shutter, which protected the inner magnetic disk from dust and contact, opened automatically upon insertion and closed upon removal. In China, there is an ancient custom, sometimes practiced today, of paying the doctor only while the person is healthy and stopping payments when the patient becomes ill. This unusual practice was intended to motivate doctors to focus on preventive medicine and maintain the good health of their patients. In 1941, during a bombing raid in World War II, a bomb fell directly on the Natural History Museum in London, destroying a large section of the roof. Ironically, the only specimen that remained completely unharmed by the impact was an African bullfrog skeleton that was on display directly below the blast zone. On the island of Cyprus, there is a city, Famagusta, whose tourist area, known as Varosha, is a complete ghost town, sealed off by the military since 1974. Once a popular luxury destination, the area was abandoned after the Turkish invasion and has remained untouched for almost 5 decades. The wasabi commonly consumed in most sushi restaurants outside Japan is not authentic wasabi japonicum, but a substitute made with horseradish, mustard, and green food coloring. Real wasabi is extremely difficult to cultivate and preserve, making it very expensive and rare outside the producing regions. Buzkashi is a national sport in Afghanistan played on horseback. It is essentially a much rougher version of polo. Instead of a ball, the object of the game is to drag the body of a headless goat or calf across the opposing team's goal line. The Turin Papyrus, an ancient Egyptian document, contains a list of kings of ancient Egypt that includes not only historical pharaohs, but also gods who supposedly ruled before the unification of the country. This record, written in hieratic script and dated to the reign of Ramses II, is crucial for chronology, but raises questions about the mythical periods that preceded documented history. The city of La Rinconada in Peru is considered the highest permanent settlement in the world, located more than 16,700 feet above sea level in the Andes. This mining town sits at the foot of a glacier, and living conditions are extremely harsh because of the cold and the lack of oxygen. In 1989, the fast food chain Taco Bell tried to capitalize on the announcement that the Russian space station Mir was falling. They proposed that if it crashed onto a giant floating target they had placed in the Pacific, they would give every American a free taco. Chewing gum, in its earliest form, was chewed by the Maya and the Aztecs, who used the milky sap of the sapodilla tree known as chicle. This natural gum was chewed to freshen breath and suppress hunger. In South Korea, it is considered bad luck to write the name of a living person in red ink. Historically, red ink was used to write the names of the deceased in family records, so using it for the living is associated with wishing them bad fortune or even death. The town of Barrow-Utqiagvik, Alaska, experiences a phenomenon known as polar night, where the sun sets in November and does not rise again for more than 65 days. During this time, the town remains in total darkness or constant twilight, which profoundly affects the daily lives and biology of its residents. Singing sand is a rare geological phenomenon where sand dunes emit a loud, vibrant, deep sound similar to an organ or an airplane drone when conditions are right. This occurs when grains of sand of very uniform size slide down the slope at a specific speed. The urban legend that crocodiles or alligators live in the sewers of New York City became popular in the 1930s. The story claims that alligators bought as exotic pets were flushed down the toilet when they grew too large and survived underground. In Steven Spielberg's film Jaws, released in 1975, the mechanical shark nicknamed Bruce constantly malfunctioned and caused many production delays. Because of these problems, Spielberg had to get creative and chose to show the shark as little as possible, relying instead on suspense and suggestion. The famous Captain Crunch cereal character Captain Crunch is actually named Horatio Magellan Crunch. Despite his title, he has never been proven to be a real captain, which has led to humorous debates in pop culture. In Germany, there is a tradition called Polterabend, celebrated the night before some weddings. At this gathering, guests break porcelain and other ceramic objects on the floor. The bride and groom must clean up the pieces together to symbolize their ability to face life's challenges as a team. In ancient Greece, a form of legal punishment known as ostracism was used to exile any citizen considered a threat to democracy. Citizens voted by writing the person's name on fragments of pottery called ostraca. The famous year without a summer of 1816 was caused by the massive eruption of Mount Tambora in Indonesia the previous year, one of the most powerful volcanic events ever recorded. The enormous amount of ash and sulfur dioxide released into the atmosphere blocked sunlight around the world. The 1939 film Gone with the Wind had to halt production for 2 years after Margaret Mitchell published the book. This was because the studios did not believe any existing actress was suitable to play Scarlett O'Hara, launching a massive nationwide search. The chosen one, Vivien Leigh, was finally cast almost 2 years after the casting began. The first digital camera in history was invented by Steve Sasson, a Kodak engineer, in 1975. This camera was about the size of a toaster, recorded black and white images on a cassette tape, and took 23 seconds to capture a photo. Speed skating is one of the oldest sports featured in the Winter Olympic Games, and it was in this sport that the famous skater Eric Heiden achieved an extraordinary record. At the 1980 Winter Olympics in Lake Placid, he won all 5 individual speed skating events, setting the record for the most individual gold medals won at a single Winter Games. President Theodore Roosevelt survived an assassination attempt in 1912 while campaigning in Milwaukee. The bullet lodged in his chest, but a steel-framed eyeglass case and a thick manuscript of his speech folded in his pocket cushioned the impact. There is a lake in the Dominican Republic called Lake Enriquillo that is home to one of the largest populations of American crocodiles in the world. What is unusual is that this lake is saltier, even saltier than the sea, due to its lack of an outlet to the ocean and high evaporation. The famous Michelin Man mascot, Bibendum, was originally designed to be white, not blue or gray as he is sometimes seen. This is because when he was created in 1898, tires were white, the natural color of rubber. Actor Jim Carrey, for his role as the Grinch in The Grinch, released in 2000, had to undergo training with the Navy to endure the uncomfortable and lengthy makeup process, which sometimes lasted up to 8 hours. He was so desperate that the producer offered him a $20,000 reward to keep him from quitting the film. Cricket has the distinction of being the only major sport still played professionally without standardized rules regarding field size. While there are rules regarding center field and the circumference of the ball, the size of the playing field varies considerably. In 1930, in Mexico City, the Banana Riot took place, a popular uprising motivated by the economic crisis and the high cost of living. People took to the streets to protest the rising price of bananas. It was a symbol of frustration with inflation and the difficulty in accessing basic foodstuffs at the time. Sliced bread was not invented until 1928 by Otto Roeder, and at first, it was resisted by people who thought the bread would dry out faster. However, it became so popular that, during World War II, the United States government banned the sale of sliced bread to save on packaging wax. The Statute of Westminster of 1931 is a crucial document that granted full legislative autonomy to the dominions of the British Empire, such as Canada and Australia. Ironically, the Canadian government had to ask the British Parliament to uphold part of the law, allowing Great Britain to retain the ability to amend Canada's constitution. The village of Monowi in Nebraska is famous for being the only incorporated municipality in the United States, with a population of just one person. The sole resident is a woman, Elsie Eiler, who serves as mayor, librarian, and barmaid. She must run for mayor, pay taxes, and maintain her tavern's liquor license for the village to legally continue to exist. The first computer to store a program in its memory was the Manchester Baby Machine, or small-scale experimental machine, in 1948. This stored program concept was fundamental since previously programs were loaded manually. Its design led directly to the creation of the world's first commercial computer, the Ferranti Mark I. Water polo was the first team sport to be included in the modern Olympic Games, making its debut at the 1900 Paris Games. Originally, the rules were quite violent, and the game was more like rugby played on the water. In the 1994 film Pulp Fiction, the famous shiny briefcase that Vincent and Jules retrieve never reveals its true contents, generating a great mystery among fans. Several explanations have been offered, the most widely accepted being that the briefcase simply contained an orange light bulb. The last successful invasion attempt of Great Britain was not by the Normans in 1066, but by a French force in 1797, an event known as the Fishguard Invasion. Led by Colonel William Tate, the troops landed in Wales but surrendered 2 days later. The city of Lhasa in Tibet, known as the City of the Gods, sits at an altitude of more than 1,1800 feet and boasts remarkably high air quality. The extreme altitude, however, means that water boils at a significantly lower temperature than at sea level, drastically affecting cooking times. The Rolling Stones' famed guitarist, Keith Richards, co-wrote the iconic riff for "I Cannot Get No Satisfaction" in his sleep. Richards woke up in the middle of the night, turned on a cassette recorder to capture the melody and title, and went back to sleep. The next morning, he found only 8 bars and 40 minutes of snoring. The first commercially available massively multiplayer online MMO video game was MUD1, Multi-User Dungeon, created in 1978 at the University of Essex in the UK. This text-based game was played over ARPANET, the precursor to the internet. It was a pioneering shared virtual world experience before the existence of complex computer graphics. The legendary lost army of Cambyses II of Persia is said to have disappeared in the Egyptian desert around 524 BC, while marching to destroy the Oracle of Amun. Herodotus claimed that a massive sandstorm swallowed the 5,000 soldiers. General Mills' cereal mascot Trix Rabbit has always wanted to try Trix cereal, but in commercials, he is always thwarted. His famous line is, "Silly rabbit, tricks are for kids." In the Czech Republic and Slovakia, there is a popular belief that to ensure good luck and wealth in the new year, one should eat carp for Christmas Eve dinner. Tradition dictates that after dinner, people should keep a carp scale in their wallet. This scale, which resembles a coin, is believed to attract money throughout the year. In 1518, in Strasbourg, France, a phenomenon known as the Dancing Plague broke out, where hundreds of people danced uncontrollably for days and even weeks, and some died from exhaustion, heart attacks, or strokes. The cause is believed to have been mass hysteria induced by the stress, hunger, and social tensions of the time. The poblano chile, popular in Mexico, is often roasted and peeled for use in dishes such as chiles en nogada. Interestingly, when this chile is dried, it changes its name and becomes known as ancho chile. This is an example where ripening and processing drastically alter the name en, slightly, the flavor profile. The inventor of the brake light for automobiles was not a person, but a woman named Florence Lawrence, one of the first movie stars. She invented a mechanical signal so the driver could get in and out of the back of the car. Although she did not patent her idea, it was a crucial precursor to modern brake and turn signals. A gyp ball is a traditional Greenlandic sport played on ice with a ball made of seal sinew and a field marked by wooden poles. Unusually, the rules strictly prohibit physical contact and rely on individual skill in dodging. It is played in winter on the frozen sea. Tardigrades, also known as water bears, are microscopic organisms known for their amazing ability to survive in extreme environments. They can survive the vacuum of space, intense radiation, temperatures near absolute zero, and complete dehydration. The original BMW logo was inspired by the white and blue colors of the Bavarian flag. Contrary to the popular belief that it represents a spinning airplane propeller, this myth originated in a 1929 advertisement promoting their aviation engines. The true inspiration is the region's coat of arms. The ancient city of Troy, immortalized by Homer in the Iliad, was believed to be purely mythical until it was rediscovered. Archaeologist Heinrich Schliemann excavated it in the 1870s, revealing not one, but multiple layers of cities built one on top of the other. The 1979 film Alien used an intentional casting technique that did not reveal the characters' genders in the original script. This allowed director Ridley Scott to choose actors based solely on their acting ability. The Boston Marathon has a unique distinction. It was the first race to allow a woman to participate, Catherine Switzer, in 1967. However, she registered under her initials KV, Switzer, to conceal her gender. In the Middle Ages, trials by ordeal were used as a method to determine guilt or innocence. For example, the ordeal by cold water involved tying a suspect up and throwing them into a body of blessed water. If they sank, they were innocent because the water accepted them. If they floated, they were guilty because the water rejected them, although most accused did not survive the process. In some parts of Sweden and other Nordic countries, it is customary to let babies sleep outdoors in strollers, even in sub-zero temperatures. The belief is that fresh air helps babies sleep better and strengthens their immune system. The babies are kept warm and closely monitored, and it is considered a common health practice. Pétanque, or boules, very popular in France, is often considered a quiet sport, but its origins date back to ancient Greece and Rome. Originally, it was played with stone balls and was a test of strength rather than accuracy. The modern game we know, which requires throwing balls as close as possible to a small target ball, was formalized in 1907. Before the invention of the wireless remote control, televisions used a wired remote that connected directly to the set. The first wireless version, the 1955 Zenith Flashmatic, used a beam of light to activate photoelectric cells in the corners of the screen. The famous chocolate buttercream pie, known as Boston cream pie, is not actually a pie but a sponge cake. It was given the name cake because it was baked in the same flat pans used for fruitcakes in the 19th century. It is considered the official dessert of the state of Massachusetts, despite its misleading name. In 1923, the famous jockey Frank Hayes won a steeplechase in New York despite dying midway through the race. Hayes' heart stopped mid-course, but his lifeless body remained in the saddle. His horse, Sweet Kiss, crossed the finish line first, making Hayes the only athlete in history to win a sporting event after his death. Tutankhamun's throne, recovered from his tomb almost intact, holds a fascinating detail. The seat back depicts the young pharaoh and his wife, Ankhesenamun. Interestingly, due to Tutankhamun's short life, he left no direct descendants, making him the last of his dynasty. The actor Sean Connery wore a wig in all his James Bond films, a fact that often surprises fans, as the character is synonymous with masculinity. Connery began losing his hair at the age of 21, so he wore wigs or hairpieces in most of his spy films to maintain his iconic image. Underwater hockey is a team sport played at the bottom of a swimming pool, where two teams try to push a lead puck through the bottom into the opponent's goal using a short stick. Players must hold their breath and surface frequently. The Palpa geoglyphs, often overshadowed by the nearby Nazca lines, are massive figures drawn in the sand that predate Nazca. These geoglyphs, which include anthropomorphic figures and images of hunters, were made by peeling away the top layer of dark stones to reveal the underlying light-colored sand. Before his music career, Queen singer Freddie Mercury worked at Heathrow Airport in London as a baggage handler. It was during this time that he met his future bandmates. In 2018, Heathrow even created a small tribute to him, asking its employees to perform his signature moves during a shift. Botaoshi is a pole-toppling game played annually by cadets at Japan's National Defense Academy. Two teams of 150 players, divided into attackers and defenders, attempt to bring down a central pole about 10 feet high. The Great Irish Famine of 1845 to 1849, which caused a massive migration to North America, was not due to a general lack of food, but rather to the population's almost total reliance on potatoes for their diet. The disease Phytophthora infestans destroyed the potato crops. Jazz guitar virtuoso Django Reinhardt developed his unique and distinctive style after a fire in his caravan severely damaged two fingers on his left hand. Despite this limitation, he learned to play and master the guitar using only his index and middle fingers. The mystery of the Mary Celeste is one of the most famous in maritime history. It was found adrift in 1872 with no crew on board, but in seaworthy condition. The crew's belongings, the cargo of denatured alcohol, and the lifeboat had all vanished. Have you ever seen penguins leaping from a glacier into the water? It is a natural spectacle full of energy and coordination. They launch themselves in groups as if it were a diving competition, and all that just to go fishing or simply take a refreshing dip. In the Italian town of Gubbio, an enormous Christmas tree is erected every year. It is not an ordinary tree, but a living one made up of thousands of lights placed on a mountainside. This impressive light installation stands out as one of the largest Christmas trees on the planet. Its size and brilliance make it visible from afar, illuminating the night landscape and attracting visitors from distant places to admire this spectacular tradition. In Hong Kong, there is a unique place called the Cat Bookstore, specializing in everything related to cats. There, feline lovers will find an extensive collection of books and items dedicated to these animals. As they browse the shelves, they can share the space with cats that live in the bookstore, creating a cozy and endearing atmosphere. This site combines a passion for reading with feline companionship, creating a unique experience. Shetland sheepdogs, renowned for their sharp intelligence and boundless energy, stand out despite their compact size. This breed possesses an innate talent for herding, demonstrating outstanding skills in gathering and guarding flocks. Their ability to learn quickly and their dedication make them ideal companions for rural tasks. In March 2016, Wiz, a Newfoundland dog, posthumously received the PDSA Medal of Merit, the equivalent of the OBE for animals. The reason was that he saved 10 people and a dog from drowning. His legacy lives on with Canary Woof, an event in London where you can be rescued by a Newfoundland. It is a fun way to pay tribute to these furry heroes. Are you brave enough to be saved by a giant rescue dog? In Bessières, France, the Giant Tortilla Festival is held every year, an event that attracts thousands of visitors. During the festival, a gigantic egg omelet is prepared that can feed an entire crowd. Giselle Bundchen, in addition to being a global supermodel, is a sustainability advocate. She collaborated with the Brazilian brand Ipanema to create a line of eco-friendly sandals, reflecting her love for Brazil and her commitment to the environment. Did you know that the first supermodel in history was a man? In 1850, Charles Frederick Worth not only designed clothes in Paris, he also modeled them himself. He was a pioneer in showcasing his own creations before modern runways existed. So, before the top models, there was a gentleman with plenty of attitude and style. Ram Singh Chauhan, the man with the world's longest mustache, boasts a mustache over 16 feet long. He began growing it in 1970 and dedicates an hour a day to cleaning and styling it, wrapping it around his neck due to its incredible length. The Blue Lagoon in Iceland is an open-air geothermal paradise surrounded by a surreal volcanic landscape. Its silica and mineral-rich waters are not only relaxing, but also known for their skin-healing properties. The Puffing Billy steam train in Australia offers a unique experience traveling through the stunning Dandenong Mountains near Melbourne. Originally built in 1900 to transport timber, the train has been meticulously restored to take travelers through landscapes steeped in historical charm. A restaurant in Miami, Florida, uses a robot to serve its customers. Astro is a robot that assists the waiters at Sergio's, a well-known restaurant in the city. Its tasks include bringing food to tables and facilitating service, improving the efficiency of the waiter's work, and even wishing diners a happy birthday. Have you heard of the Messi clone? Reza Parastesh, an Iranian man with a striking resemblance to Lionel Messi, has experienced some curious situations because of his appearance. Often mistaken for the famous footballer, he has generated both admiration and legal complications due to the public confusion. His striking resemblance has turned his story into a media phenomenon, attracting the attention of fans and authorities alike. Agbogbloshie, Ghana, is the world's largest electronic waste dump, receiving waste from Europe and North America. Here, thousands of people risk their health scavenging for scrap metal, exposing themselves to toxic and polluting materials. This neighborhood has become a landmark of informal recycling, but also one of the most dangerous places on the planet. The accumulation of electronic waste makes Agbogbloshie one of the areas most impacted by global pollution. 3D advertisements, like those in New York, are a growing trend in the advertising world. These ads use advanced technology to create striking visual effects that capture the public's attention. For example, they can project images that appear to pop out of the screens or interact with the physical environment. This type of advertising is not only visually impressive, but also creates a memorable experience for viewers. French motocross rider Tom Pages performed a base flip on a motorcycle, setting an impressive record. This jump, which reached speeds of over 50 miles per hour and a height of about 180 feet, was the first of its kind in history. Pages used a specially designed ramp for launch and performed a complete mid-air rotation before landing. Imagine 25000 Jaffa candies hurtling down the steepest street in the world. That is what happens in Dunedin, New Zealand, during the Cadbury Chocolate Carnival. The orange candies descend like a sweet avalanche in the famous Jaffa race, a delicious spectacle that combines excitement, laughter, and lots of chocolate. In the frozen depths of Western Canada, Abraham Lake offers an unusual sight every winter: thousands of white bubbles trapped beneath the translucent ice. These bubbles are not mere natural decorations, but methane produced by the decomposition of organic matter at the bottom of the lake. As the gas rises, it becomes trapped in layers of ice, creating a landscape as hypnotic as it is unsettling. Originating from the Swiss city of Basel, Basler Leckerli are robust and aromatic biscuits that challenge the first bite with their firm texture. Made with a rich mixture of honey, almonds, candied fruit, and a touch of warm spices like cinnamon and cloves, these delicacies date back to the 15th century. Every summer, the historic city of Avignon transforms into a gigantic theatrical stage thanks to one of the world's most iconic performing arts festivals. Founded in 1947, the Avignon Theatre Festival transforms old palaces, squares, and urban corners into spaces for artistic expression, showcasing everything from renowned classics to avant-garde and provocative works. Located a short distance from the city of Darwin, Litchfield National Park is a natural sanctuary that dazzles with its majestic waterfalls, refreshing pools of crystal-clear water, and enormous termite mounds that resemble alien sculptures. The Yukon Kanto is a peculiar sporting event held in Finland where men carry their wives on their backs while running an obstacle course. This traditional event aims to complete the course as quickly as possible, testing the participants' endurance and skill. The most unusual aspect of the event is the prize. The winner receives beer equal to his wife's weight. Did you know there is a restaurant based on toilets? At Gordo's restaurant in Israel, customers enjoy frozen desserts served in toilet-shaped containers, a presentation that is as surprising as it is appealing. But it is not just the desserts that are unusual. The seats are toilets too. This peculiar concept has gained popularity on social media, where photos of the restaurant elicit mixed reactions. Interestingly, Taiwan is also home to another restaurant with the same theme, further adding to the fame of these eccentric establishments. At Orly Airport in Paris, travelers can enjoy a unique experience while waiting for their flight. PlayStation 5 consoles are available for free, undoubtedly a modern touch that makes the hours before the flight more enjoyable. Anyone can lose track of time. In Japan, Mitsubishi Electric's Toku Fastbot has dazzled the world by solving a Rubik's Cube in a record time of just 0.204 seconds. This robot uses high-speed servo motors and an artificial intelligence algorithm to recognize colors and perform the necessary moves with astonishing precision. With this feat, it surpassed the human record of 3.13 seconds set by Max Park in 2023. Did you know that breakdancing made its debut at the 2024 Paris Olympics as a sporting discipline? It was an innovative addition that sought to reflect modern cultural trends. However, for the 2028 Los Angeles Olympics, it was decided to exclude it from the program, citing the need to review its impact on more traditional competitions. The amazing boiling lake of Dominica is a unique natural wonder and one of the largest boiling lakes on the planet. This bubbling lake is located inside a volcanic crater and reaches temperatures so high that the water constantly boils. The steam rising from its gray waters comes from active geothermal springs beneath the surface, making it a striking example of the intense volcanic activity that characterizes this Caribbean island. In Vietnam, the Mid-Autumn Moon Festival, called Tet Trung Thu, stands out as one of the most vibrant and joyful festivities, especially for children. During this celebration, the streets are filled with colorful lanterns, parades, and traditional dances, creating a magical and festive atmosphere. Children actively participate with games, songs, and the traditional tasting of mooncakes, a symbol of the festival. The longest recorded insect is the Chan giant stick insect, which can exceed about 22 inches in length. This insect, with its elongated body and appearance that mimics branches or sticks, uses its camouflage to blend seamlessly into the vegetation, making it one of the best masters of disguise in the animal kingdom. Its impressive size and ability to blend in make it a fascinating creature for entomologists and nature lovers. The Bacalar Lagoon, located in Quintana Roo, is known for its crystal-clear waters that display a stunning array of turquoise hues. This spot is a popular destination for water sports enthusiasts. Its natural beauty and tranquility make Bacalar an ideal place to relax and connect with nature. The lagoon also boasts stromatolite formations, ancient living organisms that contribute to the area's rich ecosystem. The World Balloon Festival in León, Guanajuato, stands out as one of the most vibrant and energetic spectacles in all of Mexico. Every year, this event brings together hundreds of hot air balloons of various colors and shapes, creating a mesmerizing panorama in the sky. In addition to the flights, the festival offers cultural activities, live music, and culinary options that attract visitors from all over the country and the world. Certain species of iguanas, especially the marine iguana that inhabits the Galapagos Islands, possess the amazing ability to stay underwater for extended periods. These aquatic reptiles have developed special adaptations that allow them to hold their breath while submerged to feed on marine algae and avoid predators. In 2006, Brian Randall Schaefer was seen entering a bar in Ohio. He never appeared on security cameras, and no one ever saw him again. There is no evidence of an escape nor any signs of foul play. He vanished inside an enclosed space as if he had been swallowed by the earth. One of the most baffling cases of the modern era. In the famous Waitomo Caves, located in New Zealand, a dazzling phenomenon occurs every night. Thousands of bioluminescent worms inhabit the cavern ceilings, creating a spectacle of blue lights that illuminate the dark underground waters. This brilliant natural phenomenon is one of the most impressive wonders of the world, attracting thousands of tourists every year. Imagine a fish that, instead of swimming, walks along the ocean floor as if patrolling the reef in a hat and spurs. This Australian fish does not move like the others. It has modified fins that resemble legs, which it uses to literally walk along the seabed. Its style is so peculiar that biologists describe it as the cowboy of the ocean. With more than 21 million inhabitants, Lagos, Nigeria, is not only one of the largest cities in the world, but also one of the most difficult to live in. Hellish traffic, constant power outages, water pollution, tons of garbage piled up, and entire neighborhoods without basic services. But the most serious problem, the constant threat of infectious diseases, crime, and infrastructure collapse. Daniel Tammet has savant syndrome and synesthesia. That means he sees numbers as shapes, colors, and even textures. Thanks to this, he memorized more than 22000 digits of pi and learned Icelandic in a week. But what is most impressive is how she describes numbers. 289 is ugly. 333 is attractive. 9 is enormous, like a mountain. Yes, her brain literally translates mathematics into visual art. In 1972, this German student astonished everyone when it was discovered that she could see with 20 times greater precision than a normal person. She could see a person from more than 1 mile away and recognize their face. The strangest thing, she did not wear glasses or have surgery. She was simply born with clinically confirmed mutant vision. In the Guangxi province of China are located the famous covered bridges known as wind and rain bridges, built by the Dan community. These wooden structures, assembled without nails, represent an astonishing example of ancient engineering. Tokyo is home to artificial islands like Odaiba, an entertainment destination famous for its Diversity Tokyo Plaza shopping mall and its enormous life-size Gundam statue. In addition, it houses the innovative Team Lab Borderless Digital Museum, offering a unique and immersive experience for visitors. Paul McCartney's marriage to Heather Mills ended in a costly divorce, with McCartney paying approximately $48.7 million. This became one of the most expensive celebrity divorces in history. The Henningsvær Stadium, located on the island of Lofoten in Norway, offers spectacular views of the ocean and surrounding mountains. Without traditional stands, fans enjoy the game from an asphalt walkway that encircles the pitch, making this stadium a truly unique venue. Treats and Pets Deli, an innovative restaurant in Germany, offers gourmet dishes designed to satisfy the palates of dogs and cats. Since opening, it has become a popular spot where pets enjoy a unique culinary experience, reflecting the growing focus on animal welfare. At Cafe Ruru in Japan, the tables are made of water, a highly original concept that combines design and functionality. These ethereal tables create a unique and futuristic atmosphere. Mehran Karimi Nasiri, an Iranian refugee, spent 18 years living in Terminal 1 of Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris. Although life in the airport was not comfortable, he found food, security, and warmth there, which gave him more stability than other options. Over time, he fully adapted to his life among the boarding gates, and airport staff even helped him clean his clothes. His extraordinary story inspired the film The Terminal. For nearly 20 years, he lived in the waiting area, becoming a mythical figure among travelers and airport employees, and his presence became an integral part of the airport's atmosphere. The golden lion tamarin, a tiny primate from Brazil, is distinguished by its golden mane that resembles that of a lion. It measures between 12 and 16 inches long, not including its tail, and boasts a lustrous coat. However, its beauty is threatened by the destruction of its natural habitat, which places it on the brink of extinction. The urgent conservation of its environment is essential to ensure the survival of this unique species. Andrew Dahl, a young man with an astonishing talent, set a world record by inflating 27 balloons using only his nose in 3 minutes. Although the record now stands at 28 balloons, his original feat remains memorable for its originality and skill. This peculiar and astonishing achievement highlights the creativity and unique abilities that can land someone in the record books. In Ethiopia, the Erta Ale volcano is home to one of the most amazing and underappreciated natural phenomena on the planet, an active lava lake that remains in constant flux. This impressive body of molten magma offers a mesmerizing spectacle of fire and light that attracts adventurers and scientists alike. In Western Australia, Wave Rock stands out as a stunning natural structure that resembles the shape of a huge wave frozen in time, ready to crash. This curious rock formation, sculpted by erosion over millions of years, attracts visitors from all over the world for its singular beauty and unique appearance. In the Aydın region of Turkey, a unique festival dedicated to camel fighting is held annually, a custom that dates back almost 2,400 years. During this traditional event, camels engage in ceremonial combat that attracts locals and tourists alike. This age-old practice is part of the local culture and reflects the historical relationship between the communities and these majestic animals. The Pacific bluefin tuna holds the title of the world's most expensive fish. During the opening of the Toyosu Fish Market in Tokyo, Japan, a specimen weighing about 610 pounds fetched a record price of $31,000,000 at the inaugural auction in 2019. This impressive value reflects the high demand and prestige associated with this species in haute cuisine, especially in the preparation of sushi and sashimi. The most recently formed country in the world is South Sudan, which officially separated from Sudan in 2011. This nation was born after years of conflict and negotiations, becoming a new independent member on the global map. Since its formation, South Sudan has faced various challenges as it seeks to consolidate its sovereignty and develop its national identity. Its creation symbolizes an important process of political and social change in modern history. The volcano known as Ijen, located in Indonesia, is famous for an extraordinary phenomenon: its intensely blue flames. These blue lights appear due to the spontaneous combustion of sulfuric gases that are constantly released from its crater. This natural spectacle can only be appreciated in the darkness of night, when the contrast with the darkness enhances its mystical glow. In the remote village of Nongriat, India, lies an impressive natural creation called the Double Root Bridge. This unique structure is the work of the Khasi tribe, who have carefully woven the living roots of trees to form a sturdy and eco-friendly crossing over the local rivers. These bridges, built with patience and respect for nature, can support the weight of up to 50 people at the same time, demonstrating an ancient technique of green engineering. The pisco sour is an icon of Peru, recognized as its national drink. Its classic recipe combines pisco, lime, simple syrup, egg white, and Angostura bitters, creating a refreshing cocktail with a perfect balance of acidity, sweetness, and intensity. Bukchon Hanok Village in Seoul, South Korea, is a charming neighborhood famous for its traditional Hanok houses and offers a unique glimpse into Seoul life before modernization. After hanging up his football gloves in 2019, Petr Cech, the legendary Chelsea goalkeeper, surprised the world by joining Guildford Phoenix, a second-tier ice hockey team in the UK, combining his love of the sport with a new adventure. Hogmanay is the iconic Scottish New Year celebration, lasting from the night of December 31st to January 2nd. This celebration blends ancient traditions and modern events, offering a rich and vibrant cultural experience. Among its most prominent customs are the torchlight processions that illuminate the streets, creating a magical and timeless atmosphere. In Japan, Valentine's Day is celebrated on February 14th, with a very particular tradition that differs from many other parts of the world. On this day, it is primarily women who give chocolates to the men in their lives. Furthermore, Valentine's Day in Japan is only half of a ritual that continues a month later with White Day, when men reciprocate the gifts, thus solidifying a unique and symbolically rich cultural dynamic. John Collins, known as the Paper Guy, holds the world record for paper airplane flight. His obsession began in childhood, striving to create the most sophisticated airplanes in the world. He studied origami and aerodynamics, and now his designs are internationally recognized. His models not only fly far, but also amaze with their precision and complexity. John's passion shows that even the simplest hobbies can become extraordinary achievements with dedication. The Tree Hotel, located in Sweden, is another curious marvel. Its rooms are suspended above the trees and feature unusual shapes, like an invisible cubicle or a hanging UFO. This hotel was designed by European architects using entirely eco-friendly materials. The intention is to promote sustainable tourism while offering a unique experience. Sleeping in such a place combines a sense of adventure with a clear environmental commitment. Factum Art, a Spanish company, is dedicated to creating replicas of world-famous works of art. Unlike other groups that forge for profit, they seek to preserve cultural heritage. They use advanced technology to accurately replicate paintings and sculptures, earning recognition from prestigious galleries. Their work allows museums and collectors to enjoy historical pieces without compromising the originals. This practice demonstrates that imitation can be an act of conservation, not just fraud. The Sobrino de Botín restaurant is the oldest in the world and has kept its oven lit since 1725. For over 290 years, it has roasted food without interruption, giving it an unparalleled flavor. This historical continuity transforms each dish into an experience linked to tradition. Visitors not only eat, but also connect with centuries of Spanish culinary history. The restaurant is a testament to how consistency can become heritage. Phil Tippett is a stop-motion animator who has worked on films such as Star Wars and Jurassic Park. From the age of 5, his passion for creating worlds with his hands led him to develop unique skills. The animations he produces combine technical precision with boundless imagination. His work demonstrates how patience and talent can transform simple figures into entire universes. For Tippett, animation is not just a craft, but a tangible and astonishing art form. In Brazil, blind football is played, a sport that uses sound to guide the players. The ball contains 6 bells, and the participants rely on their hearing to compete. This adaptation demonstrates how sport can be inclusive and accessible. The players develop amazing sensory skills that compensate for their lack of sight. It is an inspiring example of human creativity and determination in the face of physical limitations. The Victoria Masonica is the world's largest water lily, common in the Amazon and also found in India and Thailand. This plant can reach about 3 feet in diameter and its stem can grow up to about 26 feet long into the water. Its large spines protect its leaves from fish that could damage it. Its size and resilience make it an impressive natural spectacle. The adaptation of this species showcases the strength and ingenuity of nature. In Italy, there is a bank that accepts cheese as collateral for loans. Only whole wheels of Parnassiano Reggiano are accepted, and they must be aged for at least 30 months. This practice makes cheese a safe investment as its value increases over time. In case of default, the bank can keep the cheese. This curious example demonstrates how economics and food tradition can blend in unusual ways. The Human Google is a group of library employees in New York City who answer any question over the phone. 10 operators quickly research queries to provide accurate answers. This line has been operating for more than 4 decades and receives more than 3,000 calls a year. Its effectiveness shows that human knowledge can be organized to serve an entire community. The combination of patience, discipline, and curiosity makes this practice an invaluable tool. Brian Shaw, one of the strongest men in the world, is over 6 feet 6 inches tall and weighs about 400 pounds. He can lift cars and eats a dozen eggs for breakfast every day. However, his enormous size presents everyday challenges, such as finding suitable clothing. His physical strength contrasts sharply with the minor daily inconveniences he faces. Shaw is an example of how extraordinary abilities coexist with common challenges. The Spacelander is a futuristic bicycle from the 1940s, created at the height of the space race. Although a commercial failure, it is now a collector's item. Its design reflects the era's fascination with space and innovation. This example shows how ambitious projects, though initially unsuccessful, can gain value over time. Historical objects sometimes find their recognition decades later. Cleaning headstones requires a meticulous process. A product is applied to remove geological matter, and then every residue is carefully scraped away. Dirt is cleaned from between the letters and in reliefs, leaving the stone spotless. This work combines respect for memory with technical precision. Each restored headstone reflects a tribute to history and craftsmanship. Alcindo Soares transformed beach trash into an open-air gym in Cape Verde. He grew up dreaming of being an athlete and adapted available materials to create exercise equipment. His center is free and promotes exercise and creativity. The project demonstrates that limited resources can be transformed into innovative solutions. It also inspires the community to value and reuse discarded materials. Joey Manny Silva from Ciudad Juarez transformed his passion for bicycles into a workshop called Penny Bike Shop. As a child, he repaired bicycles out of necessity and creativity. Now he transforms old bicycles into works of art that appear in hip-hop videos. His story reflects how passion, manual skill, and local culture combine to generate impact. Creativity can emerge even from limited resources. Juan Pablo Culasso, a blind ornithologist, identifies more than 720 bird species solely by their songs. He has been recording the sounds of nature for over a decade. His disability grants him a unique connection to his surroundings and extraordinary sensitivity. Juan's ability exemplifies how physical limitations do not preclude excellence. Furthermore, he makes an invaluable contribution to the study and conservation of birds. Chinampas are floating gardens used in Mexico since before the Aztec era. Today, architects and farmers are preserving this tradition to obtain unique products. The technique allows cultivation on the water, combining agriculture and sustainability. Chinampas are an example of ancestral knowledge adapted to modern life. This system reflects harmony between culture, innovation, and ecology. Moises Vasquez, a teacher in Mexico City, attends classes dressed as Spider-Man. Inspired by a comic book, he seeks to create a positive and motivating atmosphere. His costume captures the student's attention and makes learning more engaging. Creativity in education demonstrates that teaching can be fun and effective. This method strengthens the relationship between teacher and students through innovation. On one farm, more than 1,000 ducks are used to control pests naturally. The animals eat snails that damage the vineyards, avoiding the use of pesticides. This protects the environment and promotes sustainable agriculture. The ducks perform their task efficiently and enthusiastically. This example shows how simple, natural solutions can solve complex problems. The hitlet is a dance that fuses hip-hop and classical ballet in Chicago. It is performed in pointe shoes to urban music, combining technique and creativity. It requires years of practice to master balance and coordination. The dance represents a bridge between tradition and modernity. This artistic innovation demonstrates the constant evolution of cultural disciplines. A worker discovered that a huge bird was stealing his lunchbox. He set up a camera and was surprised to see the bird carefully open the bag and take the food. This curious episode went viral and showcases animal cunning. The observation revealed that even everyday situations can surprise us with nature. It is a reminder of the intelligence of other species. The Dabawala delivery service in Mumbai delivers lunches to 200,000 people a day, with a record 99.9% accuracy rate. This logistical system faces the challenges of a city of 18 million inhabitants. The efficiency and organization of the delivery drivers is admirable. The combination of speed and accuracy has positioned the service globally. It is an example of discipline, human effort, and massive coordination. A young boy displays exceptional talent in martial arts using sticks. His skill is comparable to that of a professional and has amazed the internet. The viral video has impressed hundreds of viewers. His ability reflects dedication and discipline from a young age. Examples like this remind us of the inspiration that young people can offer. Metalachi is a band that combines Mexican folk music with metal. Initially, they performed serenades, but decided to break musical molds. The fusion creates a unique sound that has gained notoriety. They perform traditional songs with modern energy and power. The creativity of this group shows how genres can reinvent themselves and coexist. A real scorpion reacts to a robotic scorpion, defending itself with pincers and a stinger. The interaction demonstrates that animals can mistake mechanical objects for real rivals. The behavior reflects natural instincts and survival. Observing these interactions contributes to the study of animal behavior. Nature, even in simulated environments, shows its complexity and adaptability. A reggae musician plays multiple instruments simultaneously, using sticks in his hands and feet, including the ukulele. His technique produces an amazing sound and has gained popularity online. The young man's coordination and creativity reflect musical innovation. This example demonstrates how physical dexterity and imagination can come together to create art. Music is transformed into a visual and auditory spectacle. Durj Kami, 69, is a high school student in Nepal. He could not learn as a child but decided to continue his education as an adult. He is the oldest in his class and maintains the enthusiasm of a young student. His story inspires us not to give up in the face of age or circumstances. Education is a path that can be traveled at any stage of life. Evolution also holds fascinating surprises. Human fingers and fish fins share ancestral characteristics, although today they are completely different thanks to 350 million years of evolution. Researchers from the Spanish National Research Council, CSIC, conducted genetic tests on Medaka fish and discovered that a malformation in their fins is caused by the GL3 gene, the same gene that limits the development of human fingers. This demonstrates that even seemingly simple traits can have deep and surprising roots. Among the most fascinating amphibians is the glass frog. Its translucent skin allows observation of its heart and other organs, something few species offer. They are difficult to find, which makes confirmed information about them scarce. Even so, scientists agree that these frogs are some of the most interesting amphibians known. Their delicate appearance contrasts with their biological importance, and their transparency inspires both researchers and nature photographers. This amphibian represents a perfect balance between beauty and mystery in the animal kingdom. David Harry Nobody Jr. takes art to another level with his practice called Ren Blake, which consists of creating physical collages directly on the body or face, usually his own. He uses strange or discarded objects to explore the dark and humorous side of American pop culture. His work transforms the everyday into a disturbing representation, showing that even the banal can acquire a profound and unsettling meaning. Each of David's creations challenges the viewer's perception and questions the relationship between art, the body, and identity. Among marsupials, the water opossum stands out, inhabiting tropical lakes, rivers, and streams in Mexico and Argentina. Its short, thick fur repels water, and its large feet facilitate swimming. The young remain dry because the pouch closes underwater. This adaptation demonstrates how nature shapes animals to survive in unique environments. Observing this species in its habitat reveals a perfect balance between physical ability and biological adaptation. Georgie Cott transforms his hair into art, creating figures such as horses, monkeys, and trumpets inspired by African tribes. He uses only his own hair, wool extensions, and wire to design these unique hairstyles. His creativity elevates hair to a sculptural level, showing that even something as commonplace as hair can become an artistic medium. Each hairstyle is a tribute to tradition and innovation, fusing aesthetics, culture, and technical skill in surprising ways. Elizabeth Bond, a university student, holds the record for the world's largest knitting needles. His chopsticks measure 14 feet and 6.33 inches long, with a diameter of about 3.5 inches, and were designed during his time at the Wilshire Academy in the year 2017. This project combines artistry, precision, and creativity, demonstrating that even an everyday object can achieve extraordinary dimensions. An extreme athlete completed 8 somersaults in the air in just 5 seconds before deploying his parachute in Southern Europe. With more than 4,000 successful jumps, his confidence and control are absolute. This acrobatic feat requires timing, precision, and a deep understanding of risk. Each jump is a challenge to gravity and a demonstration of physical and mental mastery. Mauritius's feat combines adrenaline, technique, and a passion for living life on the edge. Richard Brownie, founder of Gravity Industries, created the jet suit, which was tested in a triathlon in the United Kingdom. With it, he was nicknamed the real-life Iron Man, achieving speed records in under 7 seconds. This suit operates using a motor that responds to body movement, combining engineering, control, and coordination. Each test represents an advancement in personal flight technology. The project demonstrates that science and imagination can create experiences that previously existed only in fiction. Ra Paulette built 14 hand-carved caves in the New Mexico desert, creating an underground world filled with fantasy and spirituality. He carved tunnels into sandstone cliffs, dedicating more than 20 hours a week for 2 years. Each chamber is designed to inspire reflection and epiphanies in those who visit. His work combines art, physical effort, and spiritual vision, demonstrating that creativity can transform even the most arid landscapes. The caves are a testament to patience, ingenuity, and a connection with nature. The Drone Racing League is the premier professional drone racing league, featuring electric multi-rotors that reach speeds of up to 180 miles per hour. They were initially tested on a 330-foot open field in New York and then mass-produced to break world records. These drones demonstrate advanced engineering, extreme speed, and precise control. Each race is a showcase of technological coordination and competitiveness, shaping the future of esports. Peru is home to an amazing river called the Chene Timpixca, also known as the river that boils in the heat of the sun. Located in the province of Puerto Inca, Huánuco, it stretches for more than 37 miles. Its water reaches temperatures exceeding 194 degrees Fahrenheit due to a combination of minerals such as sulfur. Its properties are said to help eliminate toxins, improve skin, and reduce stress. This natural phenomenon is both a geological mystery and a tourist attraction. The eastern hog snake employs a fascinating defense mechanism called thanatosis. When threatened, it stretches its neck, hisses, and contorts itself to resemble a viper. If the predator continues to approach, it twists sideways and lies on its back, feigning death. This surprising behavior confuses predators and increases its chances of survival. In Canada, Cameron Falls is a waterfall located in Waterton Lakes National Park that changes color depending on the light. Its pinkish hue comes from clay sediments containing oxidized iron. When it rains, these sediments are washed away and tint the water, creating a stunning visual spectacle. This natural phenomenon makes the waterfall a unique tourist attraction. The best-selling Japanese car model in Japan is distinguished by its design, which allows for a drastic reduction in size, facilitating parking in tight spaces. This innovation is an interesting solution to urban congestion. Furthermore, it demonstrates how engineering can combine functionality and creativity. Advances in transformable cars could change the way we conceive of vehicles and the use of space in cities. The Berlin Marathon is considered the world's most extreme endurance race. Since 1986, only 18 athletes have managed to complete it. The race covers about 224 miles, with about 6,560 feet of accumulated elevation gain, facing various natural obstacles. Participants must overcome the physical and mental challenge to finish. Undoubtedly, this competition represents a record of perseverance and endurance that only a few manage to achieve. RoboS is a robotic snake inspired by the boa constrictor. Its articulated body can slither and stand up thanks to electronic vision sensors. It can also perform useful functions such as a desk lamp or remote control. Currently, it is only available in Europe and North America. This invention reflects the combination of robotics and bio-inspiration, showing how technology can surprisingly mimic natural behaviors. Robotics to Go has developed robotic animals to deceive poachers. Their creations perfectly mimic the fur, antlers, and movements of real animals such as bears, deer, and foxes. These robots are activated after being shot to trap the poachers. The technique combines taxidermy with advanced robotics, showing how technology can protect wildlife. This innovative approach contributes to the conservation of endangered species. The spiny lizard belongs to a group of animals called moisture collectors. It can absorb water from the desert by burying its abdomen in the sand or resting its foot in a puddle. Its hexagonal scales transport liquid to its mouth via capillary action, similar to how plants do. This unique survival system allows these animals to adapt to extremely dry environments. Nature once again demonstrates ingenious solutions in the face of resource scarcity. Shimbu is a small tree kangaroo born in a sanctuary in Australia. Its species lives in the branches of trees, making it vulnerable to deforestation and endangered. These animals have unique habits that require conservation of their natural habitat. The tree kangaroo exemplifies the importance of protecting critical ecosystems for the survival of unique species. Their care and preservation are essential for maintaining biodiversity. The Finnish coffee company, Paulig, created the world's smallest cup. About the size of a thimble, the cup was designed to hold a single ground coffee bean. This creation is an example of how miniaturization can be applied to art and marketing. The project was also widely shared on video platforms, highlighting the creativity and precision required to achieve it. The ocean sunfish is the largest and heaviest bony fish in the world. It can lay up to 300 million eggs and has a body more than 10 feet long, laterally flattened and tailless. It feeds primarily on gelatinous organisms such as jellyfish and salps. This marine giant represents the extreme diversity of aquatic life and the challenges of studying such impressive species. Its size and feeding habits make it a fascinating animal. Primark plush toys are inspired by Star Wars characters and look like a mix of penguin, otter, and Furby. They are completely handmade with soft plush and come in different colors and designs. They can be found at Disney World, allowing collectors to build their own collection. These toys reflect creativity applied to entertainment and pop culture, combining cuteness and originality in a single product. Eric Grankvist built a cabin entirely by hand, without using power tools. He was motivated to experience the life of a traditional lumberjack using axes, hammers, saws, and pulleys. His project reflects a commitment to self-sufficiency and hands-on experience. This type of construction highlights human skill and the connection to ancestral working techniques. The dedication and patience required to complete the cabin are admirable. Mother Shipton's Cave in North Yorkshire, England, is associated with the prophetess Shipton. Its unique feature is that objects placed inside petrify due to the high concentration of minerals. A stuffed animal can take up to 5 months to solidify. This attraction combines history, legend, and geology, generating curiosity and mystery for visitors. The petrification phenomenon makes the cave a unique and intriguing place. The Peasaster, a strange marine organism, possesses surprising abilities. It has no brain, can be cut in half and regenerate in less than 2 minutes. It moves without legs, eats without a mouth, and has more than 700 mating methods. This organism demonstrates that life can be extremely adaptable and that evolution has given rise to unusual forms of survival. Its biology challenges many traditional notions about animals and organisms. The Naruto whirlpools are not from Japanese manga, but are natural phenomena about 65 feet high that form in Japan. They are produced by the confluence of the Sea of Japan and the Pacific Ocean, causing the water to swirl in circles at least twice a day. For centuries, these whirlpools were feared, and now they are tourist attractions. Their strength and regularity make them an impressive spectacle of nature. Observing them combines excitement with geographical study. Welly's Cafe is a bicycle converted into a mobile coffee shop, created by Maria Delacroix. The bicycle's solar panels power the system, allowing it to serve coffee on the go. The initiative has reached more than 65 countries and demonstrates how innovation and entrepreneurship can transform opportunities. This project combines mobility, sustainability, and business creativity. Isabel Miramontes creates bronze sculptures with a fluid style that captures human movement and emotions. Her works are exhibited at the Caffin Gallery in New York and stand out for conveying simplicity and expression. Each sculpture reflects the essence of the human body interacting with its environment. Her art combines technique, sensitivity, and observation, resulting in unique and expressive pieces. The world's shortest highway is located in Romania and measures just about 3 feet long. It was built as a protest against the lack of road infrastructure and enjoyed popular support. This project highlights creativity and humor as ways to express discontent. Its inauguration was even attended by the local mayor. Although short, the highway has become a cultural and tourist symbol. The Harry Highway in Australia is the world's longest straight road, stretching about 90 miles without turns. Located on the Nullarbor Plain, it has become a tourist attraction for those who want to drive long distances without maneuvering. Its vastness allows for unique driving experiences and is a challenge for drivers and cyclists alike. The road demonstrates how the landscape can define the driving experience. A new 3D printed hyperelastic bone has been developed using hydroxyapatite and polylactic acid. This material recovers its shape after deformation, preventing fractures. It could be used for skull and facial bone reconstruction. The combination of biocompatibility and elasticity represents a significant advance in regenerative medicine and bioengineering. These developments could transform complex medical treatments. Drone boarding is an extreme sport where a snowboard is towed by a drone across ice. Invented by a Russian citizen, this sport combines skill, control, and technology. It requires a sufficiently powerful drone and balance skills on the board. It has become popular online due to its spectacular nature. This activity combines innovation, entertainment, and adventure into a single experience. On the other hand, demolishing buildings in urban areas is no simple process. To prevent debris and dust from affecting the surrounding area, turbines are installed to blow air inwards, and tarpaulins are used to contain the remains. This system ensures that the fragments do not scatter, protecting nearby people and property. The coordination and engineering behind these demolitions are as complex as they are fascinating. Watching a building disintegrate in a controlled manner is both surprising and educational. Molecular gastronomy is another marvel that seems like magic. Through a process called reverse spherification, it is possible to create capsules containing beverages. A gelling agent is used that forms a membrane around the liquid, transforming it into something solid and manipulable like an ice cube. Culinary creativity reaches unexpected levels when tradition is combined with chemistry and precision. Encapsulated cocktails are not only a visual spectacle, but also a unique and surprising sensory experience. Inventions for pets can also be ingenious and entertaining. For example, there are hamster food dispensers that only work when the animal presses a lever. This turns feeding time into a game and encourages the small rodent's physical activity. Each time the food runs out, simply press the lever again to dispense more. These types of devices combine fun and utility, promoting animal welfare while surprising their owners. Some people seek to convey a message of sustainability through practical projects. Roth Griffin, for example, built a small house using wood he cut himself. His videos explain how to create structures that minimize environmental impact. The idea is to demonstrate that construction can be both responsible and educational. These projects inspire reflection on how we live and how we can adapt to care for the planet. Everyday science also has its impressive moments. A kernel of corn, for example, explodes at an incredible speed of about 330 feet per second, transforming into popcorn thanks to the internal pressure of the starch. The microburst breaks the corn husk, and as it cools, it solidifies into the shape we all recognize. Observing this process in detail reveals how seemingly simple phenomena conceal astonishing physical complexities. In paleontology, amber has preserved species for millions of years. For example, a prehistoric crab more than 100 million years old was found preserved, providing information about creatures that lived during the age of dinosaurs. This find, known as Azahara atalanta, is one of the best examples of the preservation of ancient crustaceans. Natural preservation in resin allows us to study evolution and better understand the biodiversity of ancient times. Biodegradable materials also show how innovation can help the environment. Japanese artist Yoshi Sisley created simple, minimalist bamboo bags that maximize their coverage area with the least amount of material. This design seeks to offer sustainable alternatives in daily life, replacing plastic products and reducing pollution. Creativity applied to ecological solutions demonstrates that art and environmental responsibility can coexist harmoniously. Woodworking has also reached extraordinary levels thanks to the skills of artists like Matt Jordan, who uses lathes and resin to transform logs into sculptural pieces. The process combines manual dexterity, patience, and aesthetics, resulting in works that are both functional and decorative. Tutorials like this allow others to learn and reproduce advanced techniques with readily available tools. Even unusual structures can become functional homes. Bruce Campbell transformed a retired Boeing 727-284 into a house in an Oregon forest. While it may seem like a curiosity, the residence takes advantage of the aircraft's structure and has become a popular tourist attraction. This project demonstrates that creativity knows no bounds and that any object can be reimagined for new uses. Exotic foods also surprise us. The Miyazaki mango, considered the most valuable in the world, stands out for its low production, sweet flavor, and gelatinous pulp. Its color and texture make it special, and even the outer skin is edible. This type of fruit is rarely found outside of Japan and is prized for both its flavor and its exclusivity. In the realm of engineering and creativity, Akiyuki built a contraption entirely from Lego bricks called the Lego ball car in the Bee. This mechanism consists of an attraction with 5 rings that allow several basketballs to go up and down, generating a relaxing and visually fascinating effect. Each track is precisely designed so that the balls move continuously and in perfect harmony. Building this project requires advanced knowledge of physics and mechanics, combined with the infinite patience demanded by any large-scale Lego creation. In the world of video games, Pinball stands out as a special notebook for recording data from paintball games, whether virtual or physical. This 50-page, double-sided notebook allows for detailed record-keeping of each player's history, from scores to strategies employed. Its design is intended to enhance the game experience and tracking, making it an essential accessory for pinball enthusiasts. Furthermore, it encourages organization and analysis, allowing players to refine their skills based on concrete records. Science is also surprising us with advances in alternative energy. A group of researchers developed a smart wooden floor capable of generating electricity when stepped on, based on the triboelectric effect. This nano-generator consists of 2 pieces of wood sandwiched with functionalized electrodes, enough to power a light bulb. The project's lead author is Guido Passara, and although this is only a prototype, it promises future applications in homes and public spaces. The innovation lies in transforming something as common as wood into an energy generator. In Japan, technological creativity blends with everyday life. An artisan adapted a PlayStation 5 joystick to function as a steering wheel in a racing game, using only wood and string. This YouTuber, Dorafood DIY, has made the experience realistic, simulating driving a real car. His invention is not only functional but also a feat of homemade engineering, where each piece is designed to withstand continuous use. Projects like this show how a passion for video games can inspire physical and tangible solutions. Contemporary art also manifests itself in sculptures of famous figures. Creature Kid, a YouTuber specializing in visual arts, created a sculpture of Stanley Pines, a character from the animated series Gravity Falls. He used clay, paint, and hair, bringing a grumpy old man to life in a surprisingly realistic way. This type of project combines technique with narrative, allowing each work to tell a story. The attention to detail and the expressions and textures allows the viewer to perceive emotions and personality. In the realm of recycling and miniaturization, Bobby Duke art transforms steel screws into miniature knives, inspired by weapons from films like Spanball 2. Using a standard-sized lathe, this artist manages to replicate details with millimeter precision, turning everyday objects into collector's items. His work combines manual skill with a deep understanding of the material, demonstrating that creativity has no limits. Furthermore, his educational approach allows others to learn miniaturization and metalworking techniques. Each project is a testament to patience, ingenuity, and dedication. The perception of time can also be materialized in functional art. Kill Lock 2 by Ben Buberg is an artistic clock that displays the time using letters within LED lights, giving the impression of a futuristic device. The combination of design, lighting, and typography transforms an everyday object into a poetic and technological work. This type of invention reminds us that utility and aesthetics can coexist, providing both visual and functional value. Each word and light is carefully synchronized so that time is perceived in an innovative and playful way. Industrial production also has its curious side. Artificial Christmas trees are manufactured by cutting long strips of green plastic, covering wires, and assembling branches to form the pine tree. Each step is designed to maximize efficiency and create a visually appealing product. This process reveals how engineering and aesthetics meet in everyday objects we consume during the holidays. The attention to detail in manufacturing ensures durability and realism, making each tree a convincing replica of nature. History and architecture also reveal wonders. Laura Cave in Maharashtra, India, is a complex of 34 Buddhist temples carved into basalt rocks, with elaborate facades and interior walls. It was declared a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1983 and contains temples dedicated to Hindus and Buddhists, built between the 7th and 8th centuries by King Krishna I. Each structure reflects engineering and artistic skills, showcasing the human capacity to create beauty under challenging conditions. The preservation of these temples allows us to study the history and spirituality of ancient times. Futuristic technology is also manifesting itself in personal devices. The Krava Mars Venus speaker, with its robotic eye design and legs, combines science fiction aesthetics with advanced functionality. Made of zinc, it includes LED lights, touch volume control, and a battery with over 20 hours of playtime. This device demonstrates how industrial design and technology can merge to create functional and eye-catching objects. Each component is carefully integrated to offer an innovative user experience and aesthetic. The result is a gadget that not only fulfills its function, but also impresses visually. Advanced robots are also achieving extraordinary physical feats. Archired, developed by the University of Tokyo, is capable of running thanks to a camera system that monitors its posture and adjusts its balance. This robot demonstrates how the combination of sensors, algorithms, and mechanical design allows for the efficient simulation of human or animal movements. Its ability to run at high speeds is uncommon in robots of its kind, opening up possibilities for research and practical applications in advanced robotics. Each balance adjustment reflects technological precision and human ingenuity in creating autonomous systems. Ephemeral art also surprises. Dino Tomic creates drawings that disappear with fire to reveal hidden images beneath, combining permanent and heat-sensitive ink. This technique generates spectacular visual effects that seem magical, showing how simple materials can produce extraordinary results. The combination of art, chemistry, and creativity allows for the exploration of new forms of visual expression. Each drawing is an interactive experience that transforms the viewer's perception, reminding us that art is not always static but dynamic and surprising. This approach invites us to rethink the relationship between observer and artwork. Nature gives us extraordinary phenomena. The Pantala flavescens dragonfly undertakes the longest recorded migration for an insect, traveling more than 4,350 miles from India to Africa across the Atlantic Ocean. This phenomenon represents a remarkable feat of endurance and navigation, surpassing any other known insect. Every year, millions of individuals complete this journey, demonstrating the adaptability and survival capabilities of these species. Studying these migratory patterns allows us to better understand the ecology and environmental challenges that insects face. Robotics is also reaching new musical frontiers. Nick O'Hara built a robot capable of playing Guitar Hero flawlessly, assembling its body with PVC pipes, sensors, and mechanisms that press the keys upon detecting notes. This project combines engineering, programming, and creativity to replicate human skills in a mechanical system. The interaction between hardware and software allows the robot to accurately interpret songs, demonstrating the versatility of robotics in recreational and educational applications. In an Argentine derby between Claypole and Victoriano Arenas, referee Damian Rubino handed out 36 cards in total, including 11 red cards to the same team. Yes, he literally sent the entire squad off the field. The ensuing brawl included substitutes, coaching staff, and even equipment managers. It was so chaotic that the police had to intervene, and the referee ended up recording more fouls than there were passes in the match. Although he was a vegetarian, Leo wanted his performance to be 100% real. So, for one of the most intense scenes in The Revenant, he decided to eat a raw bison liver without any special effects. The scene is so brutal that he vomits on camera, and that was not in the script. But Alejandro Iñárritu decided to keep it because of its raw intensity. The shark-shaped underwater jet ski represents a revolutionary aquatic machine created to provide an unparalleled adventure. Its aerodynamic design emulates the silhouette of a shark, merging the speed and maneuverability of a jet ski with the ability to submerge like a small submarine. This combination allows users to move both on the surface and underwater, exploring the marine environment from different perspectives. Simon Beck, originally from the United Kingdom, creates gigantic designs on snow using only his feet and special snowshoes. For hours, he meticulously walks to form geometric figures and fractals of enormous precision that can only be appreciated from the air. Imagine being allergic to water, even your own tears. That is the reality for Tessa Hansen-Smith, who lives with aquagenic urticaria, a rare condition that causes her skin to erupt in painful rashes upon contact with water. This is Derek Muller, an Australian YouTuber and creator of Veritasium. He won $10,000 after proving that a wind-powered vehicle could move faster than the wind itself. A physics professor at the University of California had accused him of making a mistake, but Derek challenged him to a science bet, and after proving his point, he elegantly collected his winnings. These are stunning portraits and recreations of classic works made with colored pebbles. British artist Justin Bateman creates temporary mosaics in forests, beaches, or parking lots. Each stone is placed by hand, forming portraits so detailed they look like paintings. However, his works are ephemeral. The wind or the tide washes them away, leaving them only on his social media. Meet Geronimo Flores, a Mexican grandfather who turned his motorcycle taxi into a Christmas sleigh. For over 10 years, he's decorated it according to the season, but only recently did he have enough money to add the sleigh. At Christmas, he travels the streets spreading joy, and the children call him the Santa Claus of Chiapas. This is Cassie, the first bipedal robot capable of running about 3.1 miles without human assistance. Developed by Oregon State University, it completed the route in less than an hour on a single charge. Thanks to a machine learning system, it learned to maintain its balance and correct itself. It literally runs as if it had a soul. In Norway, there's the most beautiful public restroom on the planet, located in Uredplassen, a viewpoint overlooking the Norwegian Sea. From there, you can admire the fjords, the northern lights in winter, and the midnight sun in summer. Anyone who sits there understands that even going to the bathroom can be a luxury with otherworldly views. This is Christina Koch, a NASA astronaut and holder of the record for 328 consecutive days in space, the longest stay ever by a woman. He worked on the International Space Station conducting biology and physics experiments. He came within 12 days of equaling the all-time record for human time spent in orbit. Surfer Taylor Lane made a surfboard out of 10,000 cigarette butts. Along with a friend, he traveled along California beaches in 2016, collecting them one by one. Incredibly, the board is fully functional and floated on the waves as if it were made of eco-friendly gold. These are Lundy and Herman, a Chihuahua and a pigeon with an unlikely friendship. Lundy can't walk and Herman can't fly. They met at the Mia Foundation in New York, and since then, they've been inseparable. A pair that proves that wings or legs don't define friendship. House in the Rock is a project by architect Amy Kandal Gonkar, inspired by the rock formation of Madain Saleh, Saudi Arabia. It seeks to embed a modern house within a natural rock formation, combining stone and glass. The design includes a swimming pool, outdoor terraces, and a view that looks like it's straight out of a futuristic movie. In London, there's a bar for humans and dogs called After Bark. Founded by James Wong, it offers alcohol-free and preservative-free cocktails made with natural herbs. Here, you can sip a gin and tonic while your dog enjoys a healthy paw-grony. A canine paradise with British flair. In Moscow, there's a gym built entirely from scrap metal. Located in Kodinka Park, it was created by Russian fitness enthusiasts. Its machines are wooden structures combined with car parts, tires, and tractor components. It's a testament to creativity and eco-friendly muscle. Rudolph Ingram, known as Blaze, was dubbed the fastest kid in the world. In 2018, at just 7 years old, he ran a distance of about 328 feet in 13.48 seconds, accumulating more than 20 gold medals. His speed is so impressive that it seems as if Flash has been reincarnated in him. Designer Adam Friedman created a curved wooden bench for Ziki furniture. Each cushion block adapts to the user's body, making the person sitting feel as if they are floating. Their black collection combines strength, comfort, and elegance, demonstrating that design can also embrace. The Ili Pika is an adorable creature from China that looks like a teddy bear. It measures only about 8 inches and lives in the mountains of the Northwest. It was discovered in 1983, and it is estimated that fewer than 1,000 specimens remain. It is so rare to see that it is considered the real-life Pokemon of the Himalayas. At Disneyland, there is a nearly century-old jewel. King Arthur's Carousel, built in 1922 and moved to the park in 1954. It opened in 1955, and its history is intertwined with that of Camelot and medieval legends. It is one of the last vestiges of the past within the magical kingdom. The Russian studio RSK Air Design manufactures furniture and decorations using parts from Soviet aircraft. Each piece has a QR code that allows you to trace the original aircraft model. Thus, a piece of aviation history ends up transformed into functional art for modern homes. Argentine artist Marta Minujin built the Parthenon of Forbidden Books in Kassel, Germany, using 100,000 censored books from around the world. She erected it right where the Nazis had burned literary works, a monumental metaphor for freedom and memory. There is a tiny spider called Microthena sagittata, nicknamed the Pikachu spider, because of its yellow color and black markings. The female measures barely less than half an inch, but her triangular shape and vibrant colors make her look like she came from a video game. Small, but with plenty of personality. Businessman Michael J. Baines feeds more than 80 stray dogs every day in Thailand. He is the founder of The Man That Rescues Dogs, an organization that fights against abandonment. While many poison animals, he saves them. His motto, "The problem isn't the dogs, it's the people." Ghanaian artist Jeffrey Apiadu creates hyper-realistic portraits using only graphite and charcoal. His works resemble photographs, with details that capture pores, shadows, and emotions. He began drawing caricatures in 2011 and is now considered one of the rising stars of African realism. There is a portable, foldable hammock stand made of aluminum, ideal for use on the beach. Lightweight, easy to assemble and disassemble, it allows you to hang out in the sand and wind without any trees nearby. Relaxation, literally, anywhere in the world. Klepeton the stork travels 14,000 kilometers each year from Africa to Croatia, to visit his mate Milena, who has been unable to fly since 1993. He returns every spring, and together they are a symbol of eternal love. When winter arrives, Klepeton departs, but he always comes back. In Norway stands the Cliff Concept Boutique Hotel, suspended over a 1,960-foot abyss. It has a floating pool, transparent balconies, and a restaurant with breathtaking views. A destination for those who want to sleep literally at the edge of the world. Giant squid have the largest eyes on the planet. They measure about 12 inches in diameter, 6 more than a basketball. Their enormous eyeballs allow them to detect predators in the depths where darkness reigns. Russian restorer Rulis Kenzin rescues Soviet toy cars and restores them to their original splendor. These small metal relics were manufactured by real automotive companies during the USSR, and today they are revived in his workshop as capsules of communist nostalgia. The world's largest mosaic was found in Antioch, Turkey, dating back to the 5th century. It covers more than 9,000 square feet and remains almost intact despite the earthquakes of 526 AD. Its discovery 13 years ago revealed scenes of ancient life preserved in stone. In 2023, a copy of Detective Comics number 27, Batman's first appearance in 1939, sold for $880,000. Its original price was 10 cents, but its rarity drove the price up to nearly $1 million. The Dark Knight does not just fight crime, he also breaks records. Makeup artist Kike Yanni went viral on social media for transforming herself into celebrities like Kate Blanchett, Taylor Swift, and Michael Jackson. With over 100,000 followers, her talent turns makeup into a form of artistic metamorphosis. Disney owns a private island in the Bahamas called Castaway Cay, leased until 2096. It is an exclusive port of call for its cruise ships, and about 60 employees live there year-round. In this paradise, even Mickey Mouse wears sunscreen. A futuristic wheelchair can ascend or descend 30 steps per minute, powered by an electric motor. It reaches speeds of up to 6 miles per hour and has a range of 15 miles per charge. A revolution in mobility that combines engineering and hope. The dish called swine apple combines pineapple stuffed with pork and wrapped in bacon. It was invented in 2015 by Josh Bush, a grilling enthusiast. He uploaded it to the internet, and the carnivorous world embraced it enthusiastically, a tropical and greasy invention that is irresistible. Brazilian Marcio Misael Matolius, known as King Marcio, has lived for more than 20 years in a sandcastle on a Rio de Janeiro beach. With a crown and a smile, he became a symbol of freedom, the man who possesses everything without owning anything. French photographer Romain Thierry has been photographing abandoned buildings since 2011. He has immortalized more than 500 locations, showcasing the beauty of decay. His images remind us that nothing is eternal, but everything can be beautiful before it is forgotten. The Belt of Venus is a phenomenon that appears at dawn or dusk, a pinkish band above the horizon caused by the scattering of sunlight. Its name sounds romantic, and its appearance, though brief, tinges the sky with a celestial mystery. American prodigy Mike Wimmer from North Carolina graduated from high school and college in the same week at just 12 years old. He earned a degree in robotics engineering and is already designing artificial intelligence systems. His childhood is quite literally ahead of its time. The Palace of Knossos in Crete, Greece, houses the oldest throne room in Europe, dating back to 3000 BC. With more than 1,300 rooms, it was the heart of the Minoan civilization. Today, it is an archaeological site open to the public. Sailor Mohammed Aisha lived for 4 years trapped on an abandoned ship in the Suez Canal. Appointed legal guardian of the vessel, he was unable to leave until 2021. His story reads like a cross between Kafka and a modern-day Robinson Crusoe. The turbo roundabout, designed in the Netherlands, promises to eliminate accidents. Unlike ordinary roundabouts, this one forces each car to stay in a predetermined lane. This way, no one can change lanes, and traffic chaos is transformed into circular harmony. Actress Jennifer Tilly, famous for playing Chucky's bride, not only shown in horror films but also at the poker tables. She won more than $1 million in professional tournaments and was inducted into the Women's Poker Hall of Fame. She always says that poker gave her more of an adrenaline rush than any bloody scene. With her sweet voice and sharp wit, she became a cult figure. To this day, she continues to blend glamour, luck, and a touch of madness. In 2015, a group of Oxford scientists managed to keep a pig's brain alive outside its body for more than 36 hours. The experiment aimed to study neuronal activity, but people on the internet were already talking about the birth of the first zombie pig. Although the researchers clarified that there was no consciousness, the panic spread faster than the rumor itself. Some celebrated the medical advance, others wrote horror stories. Science always walks a fine line between wonder and fear. A woman in Florida sued McDonald's because her coffee was too hot, and she won. The liquid reached 194 degrees Fahrenheit, causing severe burns. The news traveled the world as if it were a joke, but it changed food safety regulations. Since then, all cups carry the warning, "Caution, contents may be hot." It seems incredible that someone had to suffer so much for common sense to be printed on a cardboard lid. In Japan, there is a hotel staffed almost entirely by robots called the Henna Hotel. From check-in to room service, everything is automated with unsettling-looking androids. The curious thing is that several were fired for their incompetence. They mistook snoring for emergencies and phone calls for alarms. Guests went from marveling at the technology to sleeping with one eye open. Artificial intelligence at times seems more artificial than intelligent. During World War II, the Fanta brand was born out of scarcity. Germany, isolated by the conflict, could not import the ingredients for the original Coca-Cola. Local chemists mixed leftover apples and buttermilk to create a new beverage. They named it Fanta, short for fantasy. Ironically, a war gave rise to one of the world's most colorful soft drinks. Astronauts can grow up to 2 inches taller in space. The lack of gravity stretches the spine, although the effect disappears upon returning to Earth. It sounds like a dream for short people, but it also causes severe back pain. Many astronauts joke that growing hurts. Literally. Floating has its price, even among the stars. In Egypt, archaeologists discovered an intact sarcophagus more than 2,500 years old, and social media begged them not to open it. But of course they did. Inside were 3 mummies and a red liquid that many users urged them to drink to gain powers. The result was less epic. It was just water with iron oxide. No magic, no curse, just guaranteed diarrhea. Every year, 80% of the keys manufactured worldwide do not open any doors. They are forgotten duplicates, useless copies, or factory errors. Millions of keychains contain pieces of metal with no purpose. Perhaps it is a modern metaphor. We carry around things we do not need simply out of habit. Sometimes the lock we are looking for does not even exist. In South Korea, there is a theme park dedicated exclusively to sex called Loveland. Erotic sculptures, educational workshops, and souvenir shops impossible to describe without blushing. It was created for newlyweds visiting Jeju Island. Today, it is one of the country's most popular attractions. Selfies there are not exactly Facebook-worthy. In Iceland, horses cannot return to the country once they leave. The law aims to prevent the introduction of equine diseases, though the outcome sounds tragic. If an Icelandic horse competes abroad, it is exiled forever. It is a kind of animal banishment, sad but necessary. In Iceland, not even horses escape the rules of isolation. In 2006, a boy named Jude Sparks accidentally discovered a mammoth fossil in New Mexico. He tripped over a tusk while playing near the river. What appeared to be an ordinary bone turned out to be a nearly complete 10,000-year-old skeleton. Since then, the area has borne his name. Sometimes, history catches up with you when you are just playing around. In Scotland, it is illegal to ride a cow while drunk. The law dates back to 1872, when many farmers used cows for transportation. It is still in effect today, even though it seems like a joke. Technically, you might lose your dignity before your license. A reminder that stupidity also leaves its mark on legal codes. In ancient Rome, urine was a valuable commodity. It was collected in public jars and used as a detergent for washing togas. The natural ammonia left the clothes white and gleaming, although the smell must have been unbearable. There were even taxes on its collection. In Rome, even misery could be profitable. In the Middle Ages, a kiss was considered a legal contract. If two people kissed in public, they could be considered married. Some used it as an excuse to escape forced marriages. Others regretted it for the rest of their lives. Back then, a kiss could cost you more than a divorce. Love or mistake, both sealed with lips. In 1958, an American nuclear bomb was lost off the coast of Georgia and was never recovered. The plane carrying it crashed, and the bomb was buried at the bottom of the sea. To this day, it remains there, inactive, or so they say. Locals call it the sleeping bomb, a radioactive slumber that no one dares to disturb. In 2007, a man in Germany tried to rob a store using a Star Wars lightsaber. The problem was, it was plastic. Employees easily subdued him as he shouted Darth Vader lines. He was arrested, but he won the sympathy of the internet. At least he proved that the Force is not always with you. The air we breathe contains particles of the breath of millions of people from the past. Scientifically, some exhaled molecules can remain floating in the atmosphere for centuries. You might be inhaling a molecule today that Cleopatra once breathed, or Elvis, or your neighbor from 3 centuries ago. A poetic and somewhat unsettling reminder that everything is connected. Meet Shin, a Japanese magician capable of manipulating cards that burn with real fire. This is not digital effects or smoke and mirrors. He covers his hands with a mixture of soap and butane to prevent burns. Even so, the trick is extremely dangerous, and only someone with his precision can pull it off. Every flash of flame makes his magic a literal spectacle. Just do not try to replicate this at home. This is the Adel chair, a wheelchair that redefines mobility with its multifunctional design. It can raise, recline, lie down, or even allow the user to stand completely upright, adapting to every need. Its ergonomic structure gives independence to people with reduced mobility, combining technology with comfort. It is not just a chair, it is an experience of freedom. And visually, it looks like something out of the future. What you see is a gyroscope called Rhoda, made of aluminum and designed to be a relaxing desktop object. Simply pull its string and watch it spin on almost any surface with hypnotic smoothness. Its continuous movement seems endless, ideal for relieving stress at the office. Furthermore, its metallic finish blends seamlessly with any environment. A minimalist gem of engineering, these 3-dimensional printed shells were created by Japanese artist Akin Mota for hermit crabs. Unlike those found on beaches, these are shaped like buildings, temples, and even a mini replica of New York City. The most surprising thing is that crabs seem to prefer them. It is as if nature has found its interior designer, a blend of art, science, and tenderness. What you are seeing is the Airfish 8, a hybrid yacht and airplane capable of skimming 20 feet above the water. It can reach speeds of up to 112 miles per hour, tripling the speed of a conventional vessel. Its aerodynamic design makes it perfect for short routes or remote islands, like the Canary Islands. Because of its hybrid nature, it can only be piloted by someone who knows how to fly and sail. An airplane flying through the eye of a hurricane was filmed over the Gulf of Mexico during a scientific mission. The footage shows the pilots navigating the turbulence until they enter the eye of the storm, a calm space surrounded by walls of rain. Only the bravest could remain calm there, a pure portrait of human courage in the face of nature. This modified Bentley has tracks instead of wheels, and was nicknamed the Bentley Ultra Tank. It combines British luxury with the ruggedness of a military tank. It can effortlessly traverse snow, mud, or sand, and its appearance commands respect on any terrain. It is the Frankenstein of cars, elegant, monstrous, and utterly captivating. This is how Pringles potato chips are born. First, tons of potatoes are crushed into a uniform paste. Then they are pressed into identical molds to achieve their perfect shape and baked until crispy. Each one is a clone of the previous one, which is why they fit precisely into their tubes. Industrial production can be so precise that it resembles edible modern art. The Shockwave jet truck is the fastest truck on the planet. With 3 jet engines, it can cover a quarter mile in 6 seconds and reach speeds faster than a commercial airliner. During races, it shoots flames several yards high and roars like a metallic dragon. It is such a brutal spectacle that it seems like a fusion of mechanics and hell. The picnic pizza robot can prepare 100 pizzas per hour without human intervention. It only needs someone to load the ingredients and program its touchscreen. In minutes, it produces dough, applies sauce, cheese, and toppings with mathematical precision. It was created in 2022 and is already being used in several restaurants. In the age of automation, even the pizza chef has robotic competition. Artist Li Hongbo created a garden of origami, folded paper weapons. More than 2,000 rifles and pistols make up an installation called Ocean of Flowers, symbolizing the contrast between war and beauty. Each weapon unfolds like a colorful accordion, transforming fear into art. It is a visual manifesto against violence, both poetic and devastating. The Arctic dolphin, an extremely rare species, inhabits the cold waters of the Arctic region. It has a small body and black and white skin reminiscent of orcas, although it belongs to a different genus. Only a few specimens have been recorded worldwide. Its rarity makes it an almost mythical biological treasure. Indonesian artist Aditya Arianto transforms photographs of animals into surreal works. He merges bodies with natural textures or geometric figures to create impossible creatures. He has designed cubic lions, liquid horses, and pixelated birds, many inspired by Minecraft. His works bridge the gap between biology and the digital world, where imagination replaces the rules of nature. In China, street vendors have transformed cotton candy into art. They create colorful figures with different layers of spun sugar, edible flowers, animals, and mandalas. Customers choose their design and watch it come to life before their eyes. It is food, entertainment, and popular culture, all in a sweet spiral. The giant water bug known as the tipula measures up to 2.3 inches and often frightens those who see it for the first time. Despite its size, it is completely harmless. It does not bite because it does not even have mouth parts to do so. It lives in damp areas, and its sole purpose is to exist without disturbing others. Its bad reputation, once again, is purely superficial. Female octopuses throw objects at males when they are irritated. Sometimes they use shells, stones, or debris from the marine environment. Scientists believe this is a form of aggressive communication, something like saying, "Do not bother me" in aquatic language. Males rarely respond, perhaps out of wisdom or a survival instinct. In marine love, the female always wins. Artist Nick Zametti crafted a ukulele from colored pencils. Each instrument is sanded, polished, and assembled into a functional and vibrant piece. It is not just decorative, it plays perfectly in tune. The result blends music, art, and recycling into a single creation. Its colorful body resembles a singing work of art. YouTuber SKM built an Iron Man helmet using only cardboard. He drew each piece, cut it out, and assembled it by hand until he achieved a flawless replica. Despite the material, the finish is so neat it looks metallic. It is proof that with patience and creativity, even cardboard can become heroic. Newsprint is a sensory installation in a former 1930s cinema in Milan. Inside, A tree made of recycled aluminum releases bubbles of mist that burst upon contact with the skin. The experience blends art, technology, and relaxation, generating an almost hypnotic calm. It is an artificial forest where silence also breathes. A programmer named Hailey Tong took Minecraft to another level by creating a hyper-realistic mod for the game. The textures, shadows, and reflections are so detailed that it is hard to believe it is a world of blocks. Light bounces, water sparkles, and leaves move in the wind. A dream come true for pixel art fans. In the Chinese city of Kunming, 15 skyscrapers were demolished simultaneously in a controlled explosion. The towers, abandoned for years, collapsed in perfect synchronicity like a concrete choreography. The roar was monumental, but the execution flawless. Thus ends one era of concrete and begins another. British artist David Smith has been crafting mirrors by hand since 1990. His technique consists of pouring silver nitrate onto clean glass, distributing it with precision until a perfect reflective surface is achieved. The process, though slow, produces unique pieces. In times of mass production, his work shines for its patience. Boston Dynamics Spot robots demonstrated teamwork by moving an entire truck uphill. 10 of these machines advanced in sync, pulling the vehicle with mechanical force and mathematical precision. It is a glimpse into the future where robots collaborate with the coordination of an army, power, discipline, and technology. Engineer and former NASA employee Mark Rober created a rocket-propelled golf club. It can launch a ball at over 124 miles per hour and destroy a watermelon with a single swing. It is a blend of sport, science, and engineering madness. When physics is applied to golf, the results are explosive. The mantis, an insect from North Africa and Europe, looks like a simple branch until it moves. Its camouflage is so perfect that it can go unnoticed even by predators. The males are small and fly, the females larger and more upright. An elegant example of evolution in disguise. Archer is a running robot developed by the University of Tokyo in its Ishikawa Guanab laboratory. It operates with a special camera that monitors its posture and constantly corrects it to maintain maximum balance. Thanks to this system, the device can reach surprising speeds, something unusual for robots of its kind, demonstrating an impressive advance in robotics and motion control. Its design allows us to observe how technology can mimic human mobility with great efficiency and precision. Buenos Aires boasts the most stadiums of any city in the world, with a total of 18 professional football venues, a figure unmatched by any other city on the planet. If we include stadiums within the metropolitan area, the number rises to 36, reflecting the immense passion for football that characterizes Argentina. Each stadium bears witness to the intensity of the crowds and the devotion this sport inspires in the local culture, solidifying the city's status as a renowned football epicenter. Incredibly, Albert Einstein's eyes were given to his ophthalmologist Henry Abrams after his death as a personal keepsake. This curious relic, now believed to be stored in a safe deposit box in New York, has generated fascination and wonder due to the story behind this unique gesture. It represents a singular bond between the scientist and his doctor, and continues to be an object of mystery and curiosity for historians and Einstein admirers. Adorable dachshunds participated in an impromptu Olympic Games to pay tribute to the 2020 Tokyo Games. The pups competed in swimming, high jump, track and field, wrestling, and fencing, and their feats quickly went viral. These images showcase the animals' coordination and effort, eliciting smiles and amazement from viewers around the world and demonstrating that even the most unexpected activities can become global entertainment. M Rover's liquid sand jacuzzi combines sand with bursts of air to behave like a fluid in a tub, creating a mesmerizing visual spectacle. The sand bubbles and flows like water, offering a hypnotic and fun experience. This experiment demonstrates how physics can be transformed into visual entertainment and the YouTuber's creativity allows viewers to enjoy a natural phenomenon from a completely new and surprising perspective. In Seoul, Korea, there is an epic marble run over 108 feet long, where marbles slide down to a huge pile of white balls. The attraction is visually stunning, combining aesthetics and dynamic movement in an optical effect that captivates all who see it. This creation demonstrates how physics and creativity can come together to generate interactive and fascinating experiences that surprise young and old alike. India is the country with the most readers in the world, with an average of 10 hours and 42 minutes dedicated to reading each week. Since 2005, it has maintained first place in this habit, followed by Thailand, China, and the Philippines. This fact reflects the importance of reading in Indian culture and how the habit of staying informed and entertained through books remains a priority in modern society, even in the face of global digitalization. German scientists taught cows to use the toilet to reduce the environmental impact of their waste, which generates greenhouse gases and pollutes the soil and water. The cattle learned to use latrines instead of grazing, demonstrating their ability to acquire new habits. This curious experiment combines animal intelligence and environmental stewardship, showcasing creative solutions to ecological problems through cooperation between humans and animals. Some icebergs exhibit colors other than white or blue, with greenish hues caused by iron oxides from rock dust mixed with the ice. This phenomenon creates stunning visual effects, transforming natural landscapes into true works of art. Observing these icebergs allows us to appreciate the interaction between geological and climatic elements and how nature can surprise us with unusual nuances that challenge our conventional perception. David Lee is the creator of Elastic Man, an entertaining online game made in HTML5 that works in all modern browsers. The site allows you to deform characters like Rick and Morty in a fun way, offering minutes of guaranteed entertainment. This example shows how programming and digital creativity can generate interactive, playful experiences, introducing users to new forms of fun through simple technological resources. The Expedition 53 crew successfully prepared pizzas in space, where microgravity causes the ingredients to float within the cabin. This activity demonstrates human adaptation to extreme conditions and how even everyday tasks like cooking become a fun challenge. Preparing food in space highlights the astronauts' creativity and ability to maintain their routine and entertainment while facing complex and unique environments. A spectacular display of 500,000 dominoes was created by Siger Domino Entertainment, with figures falling over nearly 9 minutes. 22 experts worked for more than 2 weeks to achieve this impressive event. This display demonstrates the patience, precision, and coordination necessary to create stunning visual effects, surprising viewers and highlighting how collaboration can generate extraordinary results in artistic projects. An animatronic Abraham Lincoln is striking in its realism, capable of human expressions such as moving eyebrows, eyes, and gestures of emotion. It can simulate sadness, surprise, disagreement, and even speak while making these movements, creating a convincing and somewhat unsettling effect. This technology demonstrates how engineering and robotics can recreate historical figures in great detail, bringing the public closer to educational and visually stunning experiences. Millions of fantail flat-beset dragonflies migrate annually from India to Africa, crossing more than 4,350 miles of the Atlantic Ocean. This is the longest insect migration ever recorded, showcasing the resilience and organization of these tiny travelers. Their journey is an extraordinary example of natural adaptation and survival, allowing for the study of far-reaching biological phenomena that defy imagination and reveal the secrets of animal life. A cardboard drone was built as a small-scale model of the quadcopter helicopter, using only cardboard and hot glue. Although it cannot fly, its handcrafted finish is remarkable and reflects the effort and detail put into its construction. This project demonstrates how imagination and manual dexterity allow for the recreation of complex objects with simple materials, transforming a static model into an impressive example of creativity applied to engineering. Nissan's Pilot Chair is an autonomous self-propelled chair designed to make waiting in lines at shopping malls or restaurants more enjoyable. The chair detects the user's weight, automatically moving to the front or returning to the back when the user is released. This innovation combines comfort, technology, and entertainment, transforming an everyday situation into an interactive experience and demonstrating how robotics can be applied to objects that appear simple but are functionally advanced. The cleaner shrimp is a creature that keeps other animals clean, from fish and turtles to sharks and eels. To ensure it is not eaten, it performs special dances that signal friendly and efficient service. Its behavior reflects the complex interaction between species and how nature has developed ingenious methods of cooperation and survival, making this small crustacean a curious example of mutualism in marine ecosystems. The midnight sun is a phenomenon that allows the sun to be seen for 24 hours as the summer solstice approaches. In Norway, for example, it can be seen from April 25th to August 18th, and it also occurs in Alaska, Canada, and Greenland. During this period, the sun reaches the horizon but never sets, offering a unique natural spectacle that impresses with its continuity and beauty, and which has been observed by generations of inhabitants and visitors of the Northern Hemisphere. The shrimp eel is a species that burrows and swims under the sand of beaches, common in coastal areas but difficult to spot. Despite its fearsome appearance, it is harmless to humans and remains hidden most of the time. Its ability to burrow and move in this environment demonstrates surprising evolutionary adaptations, making it a fascinating example of how species can specialize in specific niches to survive and thrive in particular ecosystems. The K2 clock is a time-based work of art created by Ben W.B., which uses grids of LED lights to display the time in letters. Its futuristic design combines innovation, craftsmanship, and visual poetry, transforming the perception of time into an interactive aesthetic object. This clock demonstrates how technology and art can merge to offer unique sensory and conceptual experiences, redefining how we interpret and visualize the passage of time. The Berezovka is a Russian dance in which the participants appear to float as they move, using steps so smooth they seem to be walking on wheels. The dancers wear long dresses to conceal their feet, enhancing the visual effect and the feeling of weightlessness. This folk dance is distinguished by the precision and elegance of its movements, combining cultural tradition with a hypnotic spectacle that impresses with the grace and harmony of each choreography. Sidney Lewis was the youngest soldier to participate in World War I, enlisting at age 12 and fighting in France during the Battle of Z. After 6 weeks, his age was discovered and he was sent home. His story reflects the intensity and dangers of armed conflict, as well as the surprising bravery and determination of a boy who faced extreme circumstances, leaving a historical legacy that continues to fascinate those who study war and its protagonists. The Pennsylvanian shrew, Microtus pennsylvanicus, is a small rodent of the Chrysatidae family with gray fur at the base and yellow and orange tips that inhabits humid forests. Its appearance is reminiscent of a small shrew, and its soft fur makes it adorable. These characteristics, combined with its natural behavior, make it a charming example of the diversity of terrestrial fauna, showing how even the smallest animals possess fascinating aesthetic and functional adaptations. Another curious challenge is drinking Coca-Cola underwater. When you open the bottle, a small amount of soda spills out, but most of it remains contained. For many people, drinking directly from the bottle can be tricky due to the pressure and the gas bubbles. A practical solution is to use a straw, which makes the experience easier and allows you to enjoy the soft drink without spills. This experiment demonstrates how a simple change in technique can overcome a seemingly impossible challenge. Let us meet Master Milo, a Dutch YouTuber who created an all-terrain vehicle in just 1 week. This innovative individual usually uploads all kinds of inventions to his channel, and this time he used a huge but lightweight aluminum frame as a base. He added a Honda GX 160 engine, a steering system, internal tires, and alloy wheels, combining strength and functionality. His creations show how amateur engineering can produce robust and amazing vehicles with readily available resources and applied creativity. Diamond Beach, located in Iceland, is a place that dazzles with its natural beauty. On its shores lie ice forests, and fragments of ice smoothed by the ocean and polished by black volcanic sand. Sunlight makes each fragment sparkle like a diamond, creating an unforgettable visual spectacle. These formations originate from nearby glaciers, from which chunks break off and end up on the beach, making it a world-renowned tourist attraction for its breathtaking and unique landscapes. The fujara is a large Slovak musical instrument, ranging from 5 feet 7 inches to 6 feet 7 inches in length. It is played in certain regions of Slovakia, and its use has declined due to the difficulty of playing it. In 2008, it was declared an intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Its unique design and sound reflect the richness of European musical tradition and the importance of preserving historical instruments that form part of a country's cultural identity. Some Tesla vehicles offer the ability to customize the engine and horn sounds. Thanks to smart features, owners can upload sounds to the platform or choose from preset sounds. This feature allows you to customize the car to your personal taste, making the driving experience unique. Innovations like this show how modern technology can be integrated with fun and personalization elements in everyday products. A man also created a violin made from nails inserted into a piece of wood. When a bow is drawn across it, the nails vibrate and produce a sound similar to that of taut strings. Although it does not have the conventional shape of a violin, the acoustic result is surprisingly similar. This experiment reflects creativity applied to music, combining ingenuity, unusual materials, and technique to obtain unexpected but effective sounds. Another technological curiosity is the Toshiba WW2112, a typewriter with a cylinder instead of a keyboard containing Japanese, Chinese, and Roman characters. This design became popular shortly before conventional keyboards dominated the market. The complexity of the device and its rarity make it a fascinating collector's item, showing how the evolution of technology can leave ingenious but forgotten devices behind. A YouTuber also created an Iron Man bust using matchsticks. He first 3D printed the helmet, then added modeling clay and glued the matchsticks on one by one before painting and finally burning them. This process demonstrates how combining modern and traditional techniques can generate unique and surprising artistic results, reflecting creativity, patience, and precision. There are cars capable of changing color according to their temperature, thanks to thermochromic paints. These paints become transparent with heat, revealing a background color and regain their opacity when the temperature drops. Vehicles with this technology, such as the Rion RE90, combine aesthetics and advanced science, showcasing the interaction between automotive design and chemistry applied to everyday high-tech products. The Rion RE90 is also the world's fastest electric scooter, reaching speeds of up to 79 miles per hour. Its rigid steering system allows riders to feel the road surface and maneuver more safely. Constructed with military-grade materials, it offers long-lasting performance. This type of transportation combines speed, precision, and durability, reflecting how modern engineering can redefine the limits of personal mobility. In Austria, the Vienna Vegetable Orchestra is a unique musical ensemble where carrots, zucchini, celery, and peppers become instruments. The musicians carve each vegetable just before playing, creating improvised flutes and drums. After the concert, the scraps end up in a shared soup. On the coast of Zadar, Croatia, a sea organ transforms the movement of the waves into melodies. Architect Nikola Basic devised this system of pipes hidden beneath stone steps. The sea pushes the air and produces harmonic sounds without human intervention. The electric diode violin breaks the mold of traditional music. Its soundbox is replaced by circuits and small diodes that convert vibrations into electrical impulses. Each note acquires a digital timbre that can be modified instantly. In the Luray Caverns of Virginia, stalactites become part of a monumental organ. Each key activates rubber hammers that strike the rock to generate notes. Engineer Leland W. sprinkled dedicated years to searching for formations with precise tones. The Picasso guitar surprises with 42 strings distributed across 6 different necks. Created by Linda Manzer for Pat Metheny, it combines abstract design inspired by Pablo Picasso with musical innovation. Its complexity makes it difficult to tune and master. In return, it produces dense harmonies and sounds impossible on a conventional guitar. In the past, corn cobs served as a substitute for toilet paper. In rural areas of the United States, their texture and shape were practical for hygiene and open latrines. They were reusable and abundant during the harvest. Hungarian architect Erno Rubik devised his famous cube as an exercise to study three-dimensional movement. After accidentally scrambling it, it took him more than a month to solve it for the first time. Over time, the object became an iconic puzzle and a worldwide phenomenon. Today, competitors solve it in as little as 5 seconds. The first filmed solar eclipse occurred in 1900 thanks to British astronomer Neville Maskelyne. With a camera adapted to a telescope, he managed to capture the phenomenon in North Carolina. The task required precise calculations to avoid missing the exact moment. That brief video marked a turning point between science and cinema. Tarantulas are astonishing in their swimming ability. Their hairy legs allow them to propel themselves through the water like natural oars. Some Amazonian species frequently cross streams in search of food. Although their appearance is imposing, they rarely show aggression during these movements. The chrysalis of the Titharia terracina butterfly resembles a living jewel. Its bud glows emerald green with metallic golden details, a product of light refraction. This radiance deceives predators, mimicking a precious object. The natural transformation acquires an artistic air worthy of admiration. In Pompeii, a mosaic was found with the inscription, Cave Canem, a warning meaning beware of the dog. The image depicted a chained dog at the entrance of a house, a measure to deter visitors or intruders. It proves that protective customs transcend eras and cultures. Hybrids called zebralos and zebrasnos are born from crosses between zebras and horses or donkeys. Their bodies combine striped and smooth areas depending on the parent. These animals, generally sterile, are often bred in captivity for scientific or tourist interest, demonstrating partial genetic compatibility among equines. The Vein Viewer device projects a real-time map of the veins under the skin. Its infrared light system detects hemoglobin and reflects it onto the body's surface. It is useful in hospitals for inserting needles into patients with difficult-to-access veins. It reduces failed attempts and unnecessary discomfort. The tropical plant Jatropha curcas produces seeds capable of generating biodiesel. It grows even in arid soils where other crops fail. Its lifespan exceeds half a century with multiple harvests annually. Although toxic for human consumption, it has expanded as an energy alternative in Africa, India, and Latin America. Lua is a smart planner that turns plants into virtual pets. A front screen displays animated faces that express needs for water, light, or temperature. Its sensors monitor the soil, environment, and solar radiation. Connected to a mobile app, it educates and entertains its owners simultaneously. In Warsaw, Poland, the Carrot House was built, measuring just 36 inches at its narrowest point. Designed as an art project, it includes a kitchen, bathroom, bedroom, and workspace. The writer Edgar Carrot was its first resident. Today, it symbolizes creativity and urban adaptation in small spaces. In the 1950s, Dodge introduced the La Femme model aimed at a female audience. The car included a handbag, umbrella, and cosmetics combined with a pink and white interior. However, many women considered it a superficial offering. Over time, it became a curious example of marketing failure. The Arabian sand boa camouflages itself beneath the desert surface, leaving only its eyes visible. Its compact body measures about 16 inches, and it is not venomous. It can move as if swimming through grains of sand. It is feared more for its appearance than for its actual behavior. The wallet test analyzes social honesty. Researchers left hundreds of wallets with money in more than 40 countries. Surprisingly, those with larger sums were returned more often. The result was repeated in places like Switzerland and Norway, challenging prejudices about financial temptations. Human blonde hair appeared due to a genetic mutation about 11,000 years ago in Northern Europe. Its presence facilitated the synthesis of vitamin D in areas with little sunlight. An attraction to unusual features may also have played a role. Today, barely 2% of the world's population retains natural blonde hair. Sumiko Iwamuro, known as DJ Sumirock, began mixing music in Tokyo clubs at the age of 77. By day, she ran her gyoza restaurant, and by night, she lit up the dance floor with techno. At 83, she achieved the Guinness World Record for the oldest professional DJ. Her story is inspiring at any age. Belonia ventricosa, also called bubble algae, stands out as one of the largest single-celled organisms on the planet. It can reach up to 2 inches in size and is visible without a microscope. It lives in tropical seas attached to corals and rocks. Its bright green color comes from the chloroplast it contains. Kyrogbolton is a gravity-defying natural wonder, suspended about 3,300 feet high in the Norwegian fjords. Despite its unsettling appearance, it is firmly wedged between two cliffs, which keeps it stable. With a volume of about 176 cubic feet, it has become a popular tourist destination, where brave souls take photos on it, despite the dizzying abyss that surrounds it. The oldest tree in the world is not a towering giant. It is called Methuselah, a bristlecone pine over 4,800 years old, living somewhere secret in California's White Mountains for its protection. Its seeds already existed when the Egyptians were building the pyramids, making it a silent witness to human history. And speaking of trees, squirrels, despite their reputation as excellent foragers, are responsible for planting thousands of trees every year. This is because they bury their nuts and acorns and simply forget where they put them. And if you think that is strange, imagine an Argentine duck with a penis as long as its body, or the fact that some chicken species can naturally change sex if a female's ovary is damaged and the dormant male sex organ is activated. Crocodiles do not just cry. Their crying is a physiological response when saliva accumulates in their tear ducts while they eat. That is why the saying, "crocodile tears," became popular to refer to hypocrisy. A curious fact about saliva: it contains a substance called opioorphin, which is an analgesic up to 6 times more potent than morphine. Although the amount is minuscule, it is a reminder of the incredible pharmacy that is our own body. Ketchup, now a staple condiment, was sold in the 19th century as a medicine to treat indigestion and diarrhea. And speaking of food, the oldest cheese in the world was found in an Egyptian tomb and is over 3,200 years old. It was made with sheep's and goat's milk. On another note, it is a myth that bulls are enraged by the color red. In fact, they are colorblind. What irritates them is the constant movement of the cape. In Poznan, Poland, the Poznań Ice Festival transforms the market square into a frozen stage. Artists from around the world carve sculptures from blocks of ice in front of the public. It is an unmissable visual experience that attracts both locals and tourists. On a more modern note, there is an experiment that has bus drivers pedaling bicycles while a bus passes by. This allows them to experience firsthand how dangerous it is not to respect the distance from cyclists. In the arts, Tanya Gomelskaya stands out, an artist who fuses painting and sculpture to create three-dimensional works. Her pieces leap off the canvas, exploring emotions like anxiety and playing with surreal textures. In motorcycle safety, there is a helmet windshield wiper. This small, electric, and rechargeable device removes water from the visor and improves visibility in adverse weather conditions. Technology has also reached body art with LED tattoos. These luminous designs use microcircuits and sensors to interact with the body, responding to movements or heart rate, and are emerging as both aesthetic and medical tools. Pure adrenaline is experienced in the sphere of death, where motorcyclists perform stunts inside a spherical metal structure. Thanks to centrifugal force, they defy gravity as they cross paths without colliding. Meet Benjamin Shine, an artist who works magic with tulle. Her sculptures and portraits are born from the simple folding and ironing of fabric, exploring themes such as energy and spirituality. She has collaborated with Maison Margiela and exhibited in museums around the world. The CH-47 Chinook is a twin-rotor military helicopter with an astonishing cargo capacity, up to 10 tons. Ideal for transporting troops and equipment across difficult terrain. More curiosities. The Janus tortoise, which has two heads, was born with a condition called bicephaly. Although they share a shell, both heads can act independently. Its name comes from the two-faced Roman god. A true inspiration is Adriana Macias, a Mexican speaker and writer who was born without arms. She uses her feet to perform everyday tasks and motivates others with her message of overcoming adversity, empowerment, and self-love. And speaking of risk, the human cannonball, Luis Munoz, launches himself from a gunpowder-free cannon using compressed air. This act requires precision and extreme physical training, one of the most breathtaking attractions in the circus. Pushing the boundaries of extreme technology, the Terminator robot combines a canine form with surveillance functions. It is equipped with cameras, motion sensors, and even a flamethrower. Perfect for patrolling difficult areas, it moves with agility and transmits data in real time. And speaking of photos, Claudio Piccoli is an Italian photographer who specializes in capturing dogs in motion. Internationally renowned, he shares images brimming with energy and emotion. He also teaches his technique through workshops and online courses. At the crossroads of culture and pop art, the Pokémon X Koge exhibition unites the Pokémon universe with traditional Japanese techniques. Ceramics, weaving, and metalwork are combined with Pikachu and friends. The result is a fusion of the contemporary and the ancestral that celebrates Japanese creativity. Returning to the animal kingdom, the teacup pig is a miniature version of traditional pigs. Weighing no more than about 66 pounds, they win hearts with their cuteness. They are intelligent and trainable, but require special care to maintain their health and well-being. From West Africa, the Zangbeto dance blends the spiritual with the artistic. These traditional guardians spin in conical straw costumes, completely concealing the person embodying them. Their dances, accompanied by ceremonial music, command respect and mystery. Now check this fact about the Abode of the Gods, located in Cusco, Peru. This sculptural space pays tribute to the Inca worldview with monumental figures carved in stone. Created by the artist Michael de Teton, it unites contemporary art with the mystical landscapes of the Andes. Moving from design to entertainment, the YouTuber Laser Gadgets created a laser gun that looks like it came straight out of a science fiction movie. The most incredible thing is that it can pop balloons using a powerful blue beam. In the world of motorsports, Luis Rodriguez, a fan from New Jersey, created a life-size Hot Wheels car to celebrate the brand's 50th anniversary. It took him more than a year to build the body entirely by hand. From Russia, we travel to Switzerland, where the Animal robot was designed by engineers from ETH Zurich and Beek. This quadruped can walk or roll depending on the terrain, overcoming obstacles with ease. Meanwhile, an artist called Rescue and Restore restored a rusted clown bench, removing every trace of decay. The result was as striking as it was terrifying, because the clown is still frightening. But if you prefer something visually stunning, Tobias Gremler digitized kung fu movements to transform them into abstract figures using motion capture technology. A pure visual spectacle. Still on the subject of technology, Ian Davis created his own metallic-looking myoelectric prosthesis. Inspired by Terminator, he designed a hand capable of moving its fingers and producing mechanical sounds when flexed. Meanwhile, Sylvia, a contestant on America's Got Talent, stunned everyone by shooting a crossbow at her own head. And the best part? She hit the apple perfectly. Taking to the streets of Frankfurt, athlete Jason Paul performed a parkour course in reverse. The Red Bull team then edited the footage to create an illusion that defies logic. Now, have you ever seen a crack filled with people? Spanish artist Pijac drew thousands of human figures to simulate a crack in the facade of the Marqués de Valdecilla Hospital in Santander. It became a symbol of resilience during the height of the pandemic. Wasps also have their own unique creations. Some species build nests that glow under ultraviolet light. Scientists are still investigating why these insects make such luminous nests. The creator human controller designed a Rubik's Cube that can float and be solved using only magnetic fields. It seems like magic, but it is pure engineering. Japanese researchers at Keio University created a robotic tail for humans called Arke. They claim it improves balance, just like in animals. Actor Tom Cruise trained for a full year to perform a scene in which he jumps off a cliff on a motorcycle in Mission Impossible, and he repeated it 6 times. In a more bizarre creation, Danny Huan built an animatronic tricycle with a chainsaw as its base. The assembled robot looks like something out of a comedic horror film. What happens if you blow out a tire 66 feet below a frozen lake? The Beyond the Press channel tried it, and the result was a unique visual explosion. Matt Tomasello built a skateboard that transforms mid-trick. Its sections twist and return to their original shape, allowing him to perform maneuvers that seem straight out of science fiction. Among the strangest mammals, platypuses are a true anomaly. They are the only venomous mammals. The males have spurs on their hind legs that release a venom potent enough to cause excruciating pain in humans. And to top it all off, despite being mammals, they lay eggs. The speed of rain on Earth is not all that impressive, as the maximum speed at which a raindrop can fall is 18 miles per hour. Air resistance acts as a brake to prevent us from being rained down. Coca-Cola was originally sold as a brain tonic to cure headaches. Its inventor, John Pemberton, a pharmacist, marketed it in 1886. At that time, the drink contained cocaine, but it was removed in 1903. And the chewing gum we know today was invented from a substance called chicle, which is the sap of a tree that the Maya and Aztecs used to chew. Wedding rings also have a curious history. The ancient Egyptians believed that the ring finger of the left hand had a vein, the vena amoris, or vein of love, that went directly to the heart. Although modern anatomy has shown this to be untrue, the tradition has persisted to this day. And if you thought fingerprints were unique, there is a medical rarity called adermatoglyphics, a genetic condition that causes people to be born without fingerprints. It is extremely rare and is popularly known as the immigrant disease, since those affected have trouble passing through customs without this biometric identification. Michelangelo's David is one of the most famous sculptures in the world, but one small detail is often overlooked. David's right hand is disproportionately large. Art historians believe this was not a mistake, but a deliberate decision by Michelangelo to emphasize David's strength, as he was known in the Bible for his strong hand. And finally, the artist Banksy, the world's most famous graffiti artist, is a mysterious figure. His true identity remains a secret, even though his works sell for millions of dollars. His graffiti often appears in unexpected places and is removed or covered up as quickly as it appears, which only adds to its value. In 2018, at auction, one of Banksy's works, Girl with Balloon, self-destructed via a hidden mechanism in the frame seconds after being sold for $1.4 million. What was thought to be a catastrophe for the buyer actually doubled the artwork's value. The famous philosopher Socrates wrote nothing. Everything we know about his ideas and life comes from the writings of his disciples, primarily Plato. This has led historians to question whether the ideas we attribute to him are truly those of Socrates or those of his brilliant student. Elsewhere in the world, tuk-tuk races in Sri Lanka take these three-wheeled vehicles across extreme terrain: jungles, rivers, mud, and mountains. Breakdowns are common, so the team must be ready to make repairs instantly. Switching to the monumental, Northeast Greenland's national park is so vast that it surpasses countries like Venezuela in size. There is no permanent human population, but there are species adapted to the frigid Arctic Circle. And if it is about seeing the invisible, the Schlieren system, or lining, allows us to visualize heat or gases that we do not normally perceive. Using mirrors, cameras, and light, it reveals phenomena such as the hot air from a clothes dryer in operation. Chile was the site of the most powerful earthquake ever recorded, the Valdivia earthquake of 1960. It reached a magnitude of 9.5, lasted more than 10 minutes, and was followed by a tsunami that caused thousands of deaths. High in China, the Red Cloud and Golden Summit temples rise atop Mount Fanjing. To reach them, you have to climb 9,000 steps and cross a bridge between peaks. The pygmy marmoset is the smallest monkey on the planet. It weighs just about 4 ounces and measures about 6 inches, although its tail can be longer. It lives in the Amazon and feeds on plant sap. And yes, the Simpsons house exists. It was built in 1997 in Henderson, Nevada, as an exact replica of the house from the TV series. Today, it is a private home with more subdued colors and a garden covered in stones. In the world of sports, Julia Vins earned the nickname the Muscular Barbie. At just 24 years old, she managed to deadlift 600 pounds. She also studies law while preparing for new competitions. Her imposing physique and discipline have made her a global sensation. Richard Oliver, a 45-year-old painter from Los Angeles, creates oil landscapes so realistic they look like photographs. His technique comes from the 19th century French Impressionists, blending tones and colors with great mastery. Jay, known as Hydroman, performs underwater dance routines for 5 minutes in a 6-foot-deep pool. His talent has helped boost his music career, which is on the rise. The dugong, called the real-world mermaid, is a giant, gentle mammal that inhabits the Pacific and Indian Oceans. They are peaceful, preferring to be alone or in pairs, and their conservation is vital for the balance of marine ecosystems. Dylan Balog, nicknamed Brave Dylan, jumped from a bridge over 150 feet high and lived to tell the tale. Before jumping, he threw stones into the water to break the surface tension and thus avoid accidents. A Tesla Model S Plaid, one of the world's fastest electric cars, was almost completely submerged in water. Surprisingly, its electric motor works without the need for air, and the vehicle completed the journey almost like a submarine. Ursula Musch, a German woman living in the Dubai desert, cares for more than 40 camels. Without electricity or running water, she has adopted a Bedouin lifestyle and feels closer to her animals than to modern conveniences. The Madonna della Corona Church, built in 1530, is located on the slopes of Monte Baldo in Italy. It is a sanctuary suspended between heaven and earth, accessed by paths surrounded by nature that fascinate tourists and worshippers alike. Jan Håkan Eriksson is an artist who films himself popping balloons in various ways. His work combines creativity and fun, showcasing different objects and techniques for bursting balloons. The 90-meter-long yacht Olivia has a futuristic design with an inverted bow. Built in Germany in 2020 by Ulstein, It includes a cinema, swimming pool, gym, spa, and helipad, and is valued at 200 million euros. Kyle Marker, at about 6,560 feet, set his parachute on fire using a flare gun for an extra adrenaline rush. Fortunately, he had a spare parachute, which he deployed without incident. The Solkan Railway Bridge in Slovenia is the world's longest stone arch at 729 feet. Built in 1906 from limestone blocks, it withstood damage in World War I and has been fully restored. Hannah Grace, a former professional chef, now creates optical illusions with makeup. She uses shadows, tones, and angles to trick the eye and achieve stunning facial designs. In the Middle Ages, spices were a sign of wealth and status. A pound of pepper was sometimes more valuable than gold. Its high value fueled great expeditions as kingdoms sought new routes to reach the sources of these valuable commodities. Food is more than just sustenance. It has its own stories. For example, Campbell's tomato soup was not the company's first product. Initially, they sold canned asparagus. Tomato soup became popular thanks to the idea of an executive who realized that by concentrating the soup, people could simply add water to make it at home, making it very affordable. Banana bread arose from necessity in the United States. During the Great Depression, housewives did not want to waste ripe bananas. They began using the soft, almost rotten bananas to bake bread, which became a staple food during that time. Marshmallow fudge has a very different origin than the one we know today. Originally obtained from the roots of the marshmallow plant, it was used medicinally to soothe sore throats and inflammation. It was not until the late 19th century that production became industrialized to make the sweets we enjoy today. In Canada, an impressive sculpture, the Veiled Virgin, created by Giovanni Strazza, is preserved. It is so delicate that the marble appears to be a real veil over the Virgin's face. Its realism conveys a sense of gentleness that captivates all who behold it. In China, the Harbin Ice and Snow Festival transforms the city into a frozen spectacle. Giant sculptures made from blocks of the Songhua River shimmer with colorful lights. In addition to the sculptures, there are art competitions, winter sports, and cultural exhibitions. Sweet sapphire grapes, also called sapphire grapes, are distinguished by their elongated shape and almost black skin. Their sweet flavor makes them irresistible. Although they originated in California, they are also cultivated in countries like Italy, Spain, and Australia thanks to their ideal climates. Yopperlite stones may seem ordinary at first glance, but under ultraviolet light they reveal a dazzling display of colors. Their luster, due to the sodalite they contain, can range from yellow to vibrant red. These stones are highly coveted by collectors for their unique beauty. The giant rhinoceros beetle can measure up to about 7 inches. Native to Central and South America, it possesses surprising strength. It can lift 850 times its own weight. Males have a long horn for fighting over food or mates, although they are harmless to humans. There are farms dedicated exclusively to breeding cockroaches. These facilities have highly controlled temperature and humidity to optimize reproduction, and their offspring are used in the pharmaceutical, cosmetic, and food industries for their high protein content and medicinal properties. Moving from the laboratory to tradition, in countries like Austria, Germany, and Hungary, the Krampus parade is celebrated, featuring a creature that is half demon, half goat. The streets fill with characters in terrifying costumes, grotesque masks, and torches, creating a chilling yet festive atmosphere. And if we travel even further back in time, we find Anubis, the Egyptian god of death. With a human body and the head of a jackal, he guided souls to the final judgment and protected mummification rituals, making him a central figure in beliefs about the afterlife. In a very different setting, silent parties are quiet gatherings where each attendee listens to music through wireless headphones. Different music channels can be selected, and everyone can dance without disturbing the neighbors, a blend of technology and urban fun. Geta are traditional Japanese sandals associated with Tengu, mythical creatures from Japanese folklore. Unlike ordinary sandals, they have a single central prong, requiring considerable balance while walking. Made of wood with fabric straps, they were originally used to enhance stability and strength, and today are more of a cultural symbol than practical footwear. The golden scarab shines as if bathed in gold. Its transparent exoskeleton reflects light so intensely that it changes hue depending on its emotion or the angle of the light. This ability makes it an expert at camouflaging itself among leaves and branches. Speaking of unusual things, Eduardochi is a creation by KFC Spain that blends 90s nostalgia with modern marketing. It is a Tamagotchi-like device shaped like a chicken leg that is controlled through a cell phone. This idea resonates with millennials and Gen Z through humor and nostalgia. Wedding cake was not eaten in ancient times. In ancient Rome, the bride and groom married by breaking a barley loaf over the bride's head. This was done to bring good luck and fertility, and the crumbs were shared with the guests as a symbol of the union. The Oxford English Dictionary is the world's largest book. Published in 20 volumes, each contains more than 10,000 pages. It took over 70 years to complete, with the help of thousands of volunteers. Sports are an endless source of stories. Ping pong, or table tennis, has a rather unusual origin. It was invented in Victorian England as a form of indoor tennis. The paddles were corks, and the ball was a celluloid ball. The famous Ice Bucket Challenge was not just a simple internet game. Despite seeming like a fad, it helped the ALS Association raise more than $115 million in 2014. The challenge became so popular so quickly that in just a couple of months, it became a global movement. The most viewed video in YouTube history for a long time was not a pop song. It was Baby Shark, a children's song. Its viral success demonstrates the immense power of the children's audience on the platform, surpassing videos by artists like Justin Bieber and Ed Sheeran, and reaching billions of views. The first viral video in history is considered to be Dancing Baby from 1996. It was a three-dimensional animation of a baby dancing to a song by the band Blue Suede. Although the video quality was low, its popularity spread through internet forums and emails before modern social media existed. The Crystal Man, a Chinese artist, holds the record for the person who has walked the farthest on broken glass. In 2019, he walked 1.5 kilometers across a bed of shattered glass without a single scratch. It is a feat that demonstrates mental strength over physical limitations. In 2021, a team of Japanese scientists achieved the world record for the fastest data transfer. They used a new fiber optic technology to transmit data at a speed of 319 terabits per second. At that speed, you could download the entire Netflix movie library in less than a second. Mobile phone use has radically changed our lives. On average, a person checks their phone 58 times a day. 75% of users check their phones at least once an hour, demonstrating the addiction we have developed to these devices. Swimming across the Atlantic Ocean is one of the most extreme feats. In 2011, French swimmer Benoit Lecomte attempted the feat of swimming across the ocean. He did not succeed in a single attempt, but swam 3,717 miles over 73 days. Despite not completing the crossing, his attempt helped collect scientific data and document ocean pollution. Mountaineer Reinhold Messner was the first person to summit Mount Everest without supplemental oxygen. His feat, achieved in 1978, proved that it was possible to reach the world's highest peak without the aid of oxygen tanks. The mountaineering community considered it one of the greatest achievements of the 20th century. The man who ran 100 marathons in 100 days is an example of human resilience. Ben Smith ran 100 marathons in 100 consecutive days in 2016, raising over 200,000 pounds for the British charity Mind, which helps people with mental health issues. The world's richest woman has a story of overcoming adversity. Despite what one might think, Françoise Bettencourt Myers, the L'Oréal heiress, did not have an easy life. At one point, she had to fight in court to gain control of her inheritance, proving that wealth also comes with its own challenges. The largest number of people dancing simultaneously in one place was in India in 2021. Nearly 10,000 people gathered in Mumbai to dance to Don Omar's song Danza Kuduro for an hour. The world's largest diamond is the Star of Africa, which weighs 530.2 carats. It was discovered in 1905 in South Africa and is now part of the British Crown Jewels. It is so valuable that it is considered priceless. The oldest person to skydive is Dorothy Hoffman, who was 102 years old when she made a tandem jump. She said she did it to celebrate her birthday and felt more alive than ever. Specialty coffee has popularized brewing methods like pour-over. This process brings out the coffee's flavor and aroma notes more cleanly. Professional tasters can distinguish up to 500 different flavors in a well-prepared cup of coffee. Sourdough bread, which has gained popularity, is a very old type of bread. Its natural fermentation makes it easier to digest and more nutritious than commercial bread. Some bakers have maintained their sourdough starter for decades, passing it down from generation to generation. The trash tag challenge went viral in 2019. Thousands of people around the world posted photos of areas polluted by trash before and after cleaning them up. The challenge helped raise awareness about pollution and mobilize volunteers for cleanup efforts. The youngest person to climb Mount Everest is a 13-year-old American. Jordan Romero achieved this feat in 2010, surpassing the previous record of 16 years. Romero made the climb alongside his father and stepmother, becoming an inspiring example of perseverance. The largest number of people in a video conference was a milestone of the pandemic. The Guinness World Record is held by the Hindu Diaspora Conference in 2020, with 56,000 participants in a single Zoom call. This event demonstrated how technology could connect large audiences remotely. The record for the most prodigious memory belongs to Russian scientist Solomon Shurashevsky. He could memorize lists of thousands of words flawlessly and could recall a conversation word for word, no matter how much time had passed. The feat of climbing the Burj Khalifa without a harness was accomplished by French YouTuber and athlete Remy Lucidi, who tragically died in 2023. His attempt, which went viral on social media, sparked a major debate about extreme risks taken in pursuit of internet fame. Artificial intelligence is making inroads into music. A Google project, Magenta, created an AI called NSynth that can generate new sounds and melodies by combining the styles of different artists. It has not yet been used on a large scale, but it offers a glimpse into the future of music creation. The Arctic permafrost, the permanently frozen ground, is beginning to thaw. This not only releases enormous quantities of methane, a greenhouse gas, but is also unearthing ancient viruses and bacteria that have remained frozen for thousands of years. The world's fastest robot is called Cheetah. This robot, developed by the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, can run at speeds of up to 62 miles per hour, making it faster than Usain Bolt himself. The world's most expensive perfume is called Clive Christian Numero 1 Imperial Majesty. A single bottle of this perfume, made with diamonds and gold, can cost more than $200,000. Only a handful have ever been produced and sold. The first book printed with movable type was the Gutenberg Bible. It was printed in the 15th century and is considered the most valuable book in the world. It is estimated that there are only 49 copies of this book in existence, and each one is worth millions of dollars. The clock on London's Big Ben stopped for the first time during World War II. Despite the German bombing raids, the clock only stopped for a few minutes before restarting, which was considered a symbol of British resilience. In 2005, French freediver Stéphane Mifsud set an incredible record by holding his breath underwater for over 11 minutes. The human body, when properly trained, can slow down vital functions and enter an oxygen-saving state similar to that of certain marine mammals. It is a true demonstration of what the mind and body can achieve together. The Guinness World Record for strength is held by Icelander Hafthor Bjornsson, known as the Mountain in Game of Thrones. He managed to deadlift 501 kilograms, surpassing historical records. To put that into perspective, it is like lifting a small car off the ground without assistance, a feat that combines genetics, extreme training, and discipline. Another amazing natural feat is that of the giant sequoia trees in California. These trees reach over 328 feet in height and can live for more than 3,000 years. Surviving storms, fires, and climate change for so long is a monumental achievement. One of them, called General Sherman, is the largest living organism on the planet by volume. The history of aviation also boasts unique records. In 2005, pilot Steve Fawcett circumnavigated the globe in a single-flight airplane without refueling, a journey that lasted over 67 hours. It was a feat of endurance, engineering, and precision that marked a milestone in aerial exploration. African marathon runners also achieve astonishing feats. Eliud Kipchoge, from Kenya, managed to run a marathon in under 2 hours in 2019, although it was not officially ratified due to the event's conditions. Even so, he demonstrated that the human body can break barriers that once seemed insurmountable. Shariq Tovar, a young Colombian woman, can sleep for up to 70 days straight like something from a fairy tale. But it is not magic or laziness. She suffers from Kleine-Levin syndrome, also known as Sleeping Beauty syndrome, a rare neurological disorder. During these long sleeps, her body rests while her mind disconnects from the world. Upon waking, she sometimes does not even remember her family. Zinedine Zidane not only charmed audiences with his talent on the pitch, but also in film. He appeared in the fun movie Asterix at the Olympic Games, playing a very skillful Egyptian with the ball. In his scene, he steals the ball from a poor guy trying to impress a girl. Who would have thought Zizou also had acting talent, a star on and off the field? In Vietnam, there is a bridge that not only connects roads, but also puts on a show worthy of a movie. It is shaped like a dragon, and although it looks like a normal structure during the day, it transforms at night. Every weekend, this metallic dragon breathes fire for 2 minutes and then surprises everyone with a 3-minute jet of water. The rain room is a magical room where it rains without you getting wet, like having superpowers. Since 2018, this exhibit has traveled to museums around the world, astonishing everyone. The trick is a system with cameras that track your movements and stop the rain just before it touches you. The water is recycled and falls only where no one is standing. It is like walking in the rain without an umbrella and without a care in the world. Ashton Kutcher, known for his Hollywood roles, has an unusual physical characteristic. His 2 toes on his right foot are fused together. This is not a joke or glue, but a congenital condition. The index and ring toes of his foot form a kind of double toe. Although it is not visible at first glance, those who notice it are surprised by this peculiarity that makes him even more unique. In one of the most shocking scenes of Poltergeist, the famous mud pool, the skeletons you see are not props, but real ones. The production obtained 3 authentic skeletons from India, as they were cheaper than props. The actors who participated in the scene did not learn the truth until years after the premiere. In the Middle East, camel racing has a futuristic twist. The jockeys are robots. Especially in Qatar, these small androids ride well-trained and cared for camels like elite athletes. Since 2005, they have replaced human jockeys and are now remotely controlled. They even carry a walkie-talkie so the owner can talk to the camel during the race. Technology and tradition running side by side. Mati Benedetto has created a curious invention, a testicle cooler as he calls it. It connects to the air conditioner and through a hose directs cool air directly to the private parts. Although it may sound strange, the idea makes sense for those summer days when the heat seems unbearable. Simba, a goat born in Karachi, Pakistan, holds the title of having the world's largest ears, measuring about 21 inches long each. This unique feature has made her a sensation, attracting attention for her peculiarity. Although she is not an ordinary goat, her ear size makes her stand out from the rest. Extreme ironing is probably the most unusual sport you have ever heard of. Ironing clothes in extreme environments. From the top of a mountain to underwater or hanging from a statue, anything goes as long as there is an ironing board. Born in the United Kingdom in 1997, it blends domesticity with adrenaline. Ironing while skydiving? Yes, that counts too. A very creative way to get shirts perfectly pressed and full of excitement. Aristotelis Valaoritis, a 65-year-old Cypriot, danced with 319 glasses balanced on his head. Since 1995, he has been perfecting this unusual skill, moving without spilling a drop. With just 20 seconds of rhythm and balance, he surpassed the previous record of 270 glasses. A true dance juggler. Although they look like cuddly living teddy bears, slow lorises have a venomous side. They are the only known primates that produce toxins thanks to a gland in their arm. When threatened, they lick this gland and bite, injecting the venom. In humans, it can cause anything from swelling to severe allergic reactions. Small, adorable, and deadly. In the village of Huangluo, China, women of the Yao ethnic group sport hair over 6.5 feet long, like real-life Rapunzels. For them, hair is a symbol of luck, longevity, and beauty, and they only cut it once in their lives. They also keep it dark and shiny with an ancient secret, washing it with rice water. Although it may look like a snake is yawning, it is actually doing something much more strategic. Just as an athlete stretches before a game, snakes open their mouths wide to align their jaws, especially after eating a large prey item. This yawn helps them prepare their jaws for the next action, whether it is eating or simply moving. The famous bathtub scene in Mary Poppins is not as magical as it seems. It is pure camera trickery. To create the effect of Emily Blunt vanishing into the water, the bathtub had a hole in the bottom, through which a slide was installed that took her to a safe area under the stage. To make it even more realistic, the bathtub was filled with bubbles. Do not worry, the slide was covered with soft mats so Emily would not get hurt while sliding down. In Seoul, South Korea, there is a cafe that turns reality into a cartoon. It is called Cafe Yeonam-dong 239-20, and its decor is completely inspired by minimalist illustrations. The walls, furniture, and objects are drawn in a way that makes you feel like you are inside a two-dimensional fairy tale. Visitors can take photos in this unique environment. It is like stepping into a comic book. Jumpy is a very special dog, trained by his owner to write his name with his paw. With a paintbrush in hand and blue paint, Jumpy demonstrates his artistic talent. His owner has patiently trained him to achieve this incredible trick. A maelstrom is a powerful whirlpool that forms when two currents meet, creating a moving vortex. In Viking times, these whirlpools were feared for their ability to sink large ships easily. Although modern ships are generally safe, cruise ships caught in one can still face giant waves. In extreme situations, a maelstrom can act like an underwater black hole, swallowing everything in its path. Imagine a phone so small it fits in the palm of your hand. The Zonko Tiny T1 is the world's tiniest mobile phone, as small as a thumb. Despite its size, it is fully functional. You can make calls and send messages without any problems. Weighing about half an ounce and measuring roughly 0.8 by 1.8 inches, it is so compact you would be surprised it still has room for a SIM card. Velox is an amazing robot from Player Energy Systems, capable of moving across almost any surface, including water. Its innovative design, featuring undulating fins, allows it to swim and crawl with ease. This robot has applications in rescue missions, exploration, and supply delivery in difficult terrain. Thanks to its versatility, it can adapt to different environments, from rocky ground to aquatic surfaces. In a surprising King Kong exhibit at the Empire State Building, the iconic New York Tower was transformed into a surreal stage set, The windows were replaced with monitors displaying breathtaking views of the city, while a pair of fake hands of the giant ape emerged from the top. In Florida, United States, a unique restaurant, McGuire's Irish Pub, has a rather peculiar tradition. Customers stick $1 bills on the walls or ceiling of the establishment. According to the restaurant, nearly $1 million adorn the place. In a gesture of solidarity, the owners decided to donate this impressive sum of money to help the victims of Hurricane Dorian. Julian Voss Andrie's sculptures appear solid, but they conceal a fascinating visual trick. From one angle, they look like solid steel figures. From another, they disappear. They are made with parallel sheets that play with light and perspective. It is like seeing a modern ghost merging with the landscape. Art that changes depending on where you look at it. Water bottles? So last season, Uho is an edible bubble that holds water in a membrane made of algae and plants. It was created by the company Skipping Rocks Lab as an eco-friendly alternative to plastic. You can drink it and then eat it. The Anantara Golden Triangle Resort in Thailand offers a unique experience with its transparent bubble rooms, perfect for observing elephants in their natural habitat. In addition to being a unique experience, part of the resort's profits go to a foundation dedicated to rescuing elephants in Asia. Rob Spence is a Canadian filmmaker who, after losing sight in his right eye due to an accident, decided to replace it with a wireless video camera, becoming a cyborg. At age 9, a shotgun accident caused permanent damage to his eye, leading to its removal in 2007. Instead of opting for a traditional prosthesis, he collaborated with engineers to create one. In 1992, Michael Jackson and Michael Jordan teamed up to record the iconic music video for Jam, one of the hits from Jackson's album Dangerous. This collaboration became a historic milestone, bringing together two of the most influential figures in entertainment and sports. During filming on a basketball court, Jackson tried to learn some of Jordan's tricks, while the NBA star attempted to follow the King of Pop's complex dance moves. A crossover between musical and athletic talent. Rolled ice cream, or Thai ice cream, is a delicious innovation that is quickly prepared on a frozen metal sheet. The liquid mixture is poured onto the cold surface, creating a thin layer that freezes instantly. Then, using spatulas, it is scraped and rolled into small rolls, which are served in a cup to enjoy. In Germany, the University of Kiel transformed its main building into a giant Tetris console. The facade became an interactive screen where blocks fell in real time, as if the building itself were playing. This project combined art, technology, and gamer nostalgia, attracting attention and smiles. It was a brilliant way to connect architecture with the digital world. Sandboarding is like surfing sand mountains. You hop on a board and launch yourself down giant dunes at full speed. It is the hot weather version of snowboarding, and you can do it standing, sitting, or lying down. You do not need snow, just courage and a desire to slide. Ideal for adrenaline seekers in the middle of the desert. Baird's tapir, the largest land mammal in Central America, is a fascinating animal belonging to the tapir family. With its robust body and short legs, it has a flexible trunk that helps it feed on leaves and fruit. Its dark brown fur is accented by a lighter patch on its neck and chest. The Giant's Causeway in Northern Ireland seems straight out of a mythological tale. It consists of more than 40,000 stone columns, most of them hexagonal, formed 60 million years ago by cooled lava. Some even have 8 sides, like a giant natural jigsaw puzzle. But local legend has another version. It is said to have been built by a colossus. Antoine Griezmann not only shines on the football field, he also has a unique family coincidence. His 3 children were born on the same day. Mia, Amaro, and Alba were all born on April 8th, but in different years, 2016, 2019, and 2021. This date has become so special that it is celebrated in a big way at the Griezmann household, 1 party, 3 cakes, and lots of joy every year. Although jellyfish are poisonous to most marine animals, sea turtles have an incredible resistance to their toxins. Their digestive system and bodies are immune to the stinging cells, allowing them to eat them without any problem. This gives them an advantage when feeding on creatures that others avoid. Their anatomy allows them to enjoy a feast that would be lethal for others. Haumea is a dwarf planet with a very particular shape. It looks like a giant potato floating in space. Although it is similar in size to Pluto, it has its own style with a pair of rings, as if it wanted to imitate Saturn. It is located beyond Neptune at the outer reaches of the solar system. Its elongated shape and rapid rotation make it one of the most curious bodies orbiting the Sunday. The Titanic could be resurrected in 2027, but with a modern twist. Blue Star Line, led by Australian entrepreneur Clive Palmer, is building an exact replica of the famous ocean liner, the Titanic II. This impressive project, originally planned for 2022, will now set sail in June 2027. The ship will maintain the classic style of the original, but with technological improvements that guarantee greater safety and comfort. It will also follow the same historic route from Southampton to New York, reviving the magic of a golden age. Akal Teke horses are famous for their elegance, but some can be born hairless due to a rare genetic condition called naked foal syndrome. This disorder prevents foals of this breed from developing their characteristic coat. In addition to hairlessness, affected horses may experience problems such as dental malformations, digestive disorders, and persistent diarrhea. This rare condition is hereditary and passed down within the breed. In 2013, a team of Chinese scientists revolutionized dentistry by creating human teeth using stem cells extracted from urine. They implanted these cells into the kidneys of mice, and within 3 weeks, they were able to grow complete dental structures with enamel and pulp. This breakthrough opened new possibilities for dental regeneration in humans. In Japan, the Mori Building Digital Art Museum TeamLab Borderless offers a completely different art experience. Here you will not find traditional paintings or sculptures. Instead, digital art comes to life and constantly changes. The works adapt to the movement of visitors, creating an immersive and dynamic environment. The museum uses cutting-edge technology to merge art with interactivity. Meet Crystal, a monkey who has made a name for herself in Hollywood. Known for her role in the film The Hangover, Crystal has appeared in more than 20 films throughout her career. Her acting skills have made her one of the highest-paid animals in the industry, earning more than many humans. The world's smallest movie is called A Boy and His Atom, and it is made with real atoms. IBM scientists used a microscope so powerful that it can move atoms one by one to create this mini animation. Each frame was assembled at the atomic scale and then magnified 100 million times. The result is an adorable story made with the most basic matter in the universe. Guinness World Records recognized it as the tiniest movie ever created. The world's largest Christmas tree is on a mountain. In Gubbio, Italy, they create a giant tree every year using lights that cover more than 2,450 feet in height. It is not a real tree, but a spectacular light installation that transforms the entire hillside. It can be seen from miles away. An underwater museum? Yes, it exists. It is called Musa and it is in Cancun, Mexico. There, more than 500 sculptures rest on the seabed, creating a gallery that you can only visit by diving or snorkeling. It is art, nature, and adventure all in one. And this is all. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more Zarpado facts.